Thank you, members. Welcome to today's full council meeting, which is being held in the council chamber, Portsmouth Guildhall. I'd first like to welcome the Reverend Canon James Macaulay, who will say a short prayer.
Blessing of Almighty God on our city of Portsmouth and on all its people. We pray for our councillors, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, and all those who support them, that they may be endowed with the gifts of grace, wisdom, and understanding, and may always seek the common good in all that they do on behalf of those who have elected them. Let's pray together in the words that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Father Macaulay. You're most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I understand you have got other pressing issues to go to, so bless you. Thank you for today. Thank you very much indeed. Members, please be seated. The usual preamble to go through, folks. So for the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. Should the continuous fire alarm sound, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at the turning circle at the end of King Henry Street, past the University's Park building. Comfort breaks. Depending on the length of today's meeting, I may adjourn the meeting for a comfort break. Now that the works are completed to the basement, can I please request that members use the facilities in the basement rather than those near the banqueting room? As an increased security measure, the main corridor to the banqueting room will remain locked during full council meetings. Just to remind members wishing to speak, you simply press the talk button on the unit in front of you and I will activate your microphone. I'll try to do it in time this time. My fingers are still rather fudgy, but I'll do my best. And when I call you to speak, I will also turn off your microphone once you've finished speaking. We now move to item 1 of this council meeting, declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal and prejudicial interests to declare in relation to the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate now? Right, no one has indicated, so no one has any interest. Item 2, it's the minutes of the previous meeting. Firstly, the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 15th of October 2024. It's proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 15th of October 2024, previously circulated, be confirmed as a correct record. Are those minutes agreed? Splendido. Secondly, the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 15th of October 2024. It is proposed by Councillor Steve Pitt and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of October 2024, previously circulated, be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Right. Agenda item 3, apologies for absence. I've had one apology from Councillor Chris Atwell. Are there any other apologies? Yeah, hang on a second. Yeah.
Apologies, Lord Mayor. I will have to leave the meeting early due to attending an LGA council course.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, I have had one indication in regards from Honorary Alderman Leo Madden. He was going to come and collect his certificate today. Unfortunately, maybe members might be aware, he's currently undergoing cancer treatment. He's been called into hospital, so he can't make it today. So hopefully he'll be here in December. Oh, sorry, we have one more. Hang on.
The 10th of December full council meeting is out.
Right.
Substitute to 17th of December too.
Okay, change to the next council meeting, and it was originally down for the 10th of December. That is now no longer the case, and we are moved to the 17th of December at 2 p.m. And no doubt you'll be gutted to know there's no January meeting. Okay, don't blame me. I'd love to have been back here, obviously. Right, item 4, communications. I have one communication to you all, and which is from our sister city, Haifa. It's a relatively short letter. I'll read it to you. Dear colleagues, I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to update you on the current situation in Haifa and northern Israel as we face one of the most challenging periods in recent history. Over the past month, Haifa and the northern region are subjected to constant bombardments from Hezbollah. Missile strikes are disrupting daily life and force many into bomb shelters. While air defence systems have provided protection, some areas have sustained damage and our emergency services are stretched thin. In addition to handling immediate threats, we're providing shelter and support for hundreds of evacuees from the northern border. Yet even in these dark times, Haifa's resilience stands strong. Our city remains a symbol of coexistence and unity, and we continue to work together across religious and cultural lines. This sense of community is what keeps us moving forward. I want to personally thank those of you who sent messages of support. The solidarity of our twin cities is a great source of strength, and we deeply appreciate your friendship during these difficult times. As mayors, we share the responsibility for the safety of our citizens, and knowing we are not alone brings us comfort. On behalf of the people of Haifa, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you and your citizens for standing with us, and remain hopeful for peace and looking forward to emerging stronger together. So that's from Haifa. Item 5 is deputations from the public understanding Order 24. So, Mr. Balfe.
My Lord Mayor, there are 2 deputations for this meeting, details of which have been circulated on the green sheets. Can I ask Claire Seek to make your deputation in support of item 9F, notice of motion support for the Repair Cafes, Portsmouth? You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
From miles away. Hello. I'm going to say thank you. Hopefully you've read what I'm saying thank you for, so rather than me reiterating that. But yeah, I run the Repair Cafe and Library of Things, and I just want to reiterate what's put in that motion. We have a real issue in this country with electrical and electronic waste, and it's actually the fastest growing waste stream in the world. If you were to picture those massive rubbish trucks that you sometimes see on the motorway with like cargo nets over the top, they carry about 40 tonnes of waste. If you put them bumper to bumper, the whole circumference around this planet, you would end up with 1.55 million of them, which would contain 62 billion of e-waste that's been produced by the world this year. So it's a massive, massive issue. And sadly, the UK is the second biggest producer of it per person. So on average, you guys will all create at least 24 kilos of electrical waste this year. And of course, we know there's a climate crisis. You guys have declared a climate emergency. And all those things contain amazing amounts of minerals and raw materials that we need to not be digging up from our planet, but using again. And only 22% of all of that globally is recycled. So the public really want us, or governments and local authorities, to think about shifting from recycling to more repair and reuse. A recent survey showed that 84% of the public support the government changing and shifting the responsibilities of manufacturers away from just recycling and onto that. And we certainly find out, I don't know if some of you will know, we're based in Cascades, we're a tiny charity, but we've had, just in the last 20 months of being opened, over 1,600 items brought to us by the people of Portsmouth wanting help to repair. And my amazing volunteers sit with them, and we've fixed over 74% of that and saved loads of waste going to the recycling centre. We also have the Library of Things, where people can borrow stuff. So rather than buying things, we've had over 1,000 items borrowed by members, everything from pressure washers to sewing machines to gazebos to travel cots. And that saved the people of Portsmouth over £80,000 from buying things. So those things you can borrow infrequently. And so as well as doing stuff locally, we're really asking for your support to our campaign on a national level. We need the government to shift things. So today we are asking you guys to agree to sign a repair and reuse declaration, which calls for a few really practical things. One is, when you go and buy an electrical item, rather than just seeing the energy efficiency, you'll see how repairable an item is. And this exists in France, has done for a number of years. Consumers love it. Like, why would you not buy something that's more repairable? We'd also like training. You know, I've got teenagers. I'd love my kids to be able to learn more about repairing stuff. There are jobs for people who are unemployed, fixing things more. We also want it to become more affordable. I'm sure we've all had things that we'd love to fix, but the part is almost as expensive as buying the thing new. So why would you not just buy another thing? So we want, you know, VAT taken off repairs. We'd love there to be a voucher scheme like in Austria, where people will support our amazing repair businesses in Portsmouth and take their items, their computers, their phones, all that kind of stuff along. We also want a shift in the extended responsibility for producers so that, like, the local authorities will get funding from national government to help. When people take stuff to the tip, I know I shouldn't say tip, but when we take it to the recycle centre, the public actually think that if they take stuff that worked, it will be repurposed. So when we did a survey recently in the country, like 75% thought local authorities wouldn't just recycle it, like they thought recycling meant repurposing. And we would love the government to provide more funding for you guys to be able to make that happen. And finally, the right to repair. We want parts available for things. That's come about with things like washing machines, but why not have that available for longer for your phones, for your laptops, for your vacuum cleaners, all these things that we have in our house. So I would really love you to support the motion that Kimberly and Dave have brought forward. Our MPs have also been really supportive. Penny, when she was in power, was very supportive and supported us in taking a repair cafe actually into Parliament earlier this year. And Stephen Morgan has also supported it. If anyone knows Amanda, please chivvy her along, because she hasn't replied to my emails yet. But we would love the councils to also support it and put more pressure on our MPs. And you guys will be one of the first local authorities to do so. There's a number that are starting to do it, but I'd really call on you to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Please be seated until the deputations items has concluded. Can I ask Steph Richards to make your deputation in support of item 9A, definitions of sexism, homophobia, biphobia and transphobia? You have up to 6 minutes in which to deliver your deputation. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, City Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of motion 9A on the agenda. It is an issue that is of great importance to our community, the need to formally define and address the terms sexism, homophobia, biphobia and transphobia within our city's council's policies and procedures. We live in a society that is becoming aware of the importance of inclusivity and equality. And I say this because it's becoming increasingly clear to many of us that there are global forces at work that seek to create hate and division affecting the human rights of women and minorities. As public servants, human rights campaigners and indeed society at large, it is our duty to ensure that every member of our community feels safe, respected and valued. Unfortunately, discrimination and prejudice still exist in many forms, and it is our responsibility to take a stand against these injustices. By adopting a motion that clearly defines the terms sexism, homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, we take a significant step forward in creating a more inclusive and equitable community. I hope most of us would agree that besides those definitions mentioned in this excellent motion proposed by Councillor Vallely, definitions of other forms of discrimination such as racism, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism also need to be addressed, taking into the account of the views of those affected, and I would therefore welcome any amendments to that effect. In general terms, sexism refers to the prejudice, stereotyping or discrimination typically against women on the basis of sex. It manifests in various ways, including unequal pay, lack of representation in leadership positions, and harmful stereotypes that limit opportunities for individuals based on their gender. By defining sexism, we acknowledge its existence and create a foundation for addressing and combating it within our community. Homophobia could be described as the fear, hatred, or discomfort with people who are attracted to members of the same sex. This prejudice can lead to discrimination, bullying, and violence against individuals based on their sexual orientation. By defining homophobia, we send a clear message that such attitudes and behaviours are unacceptable and will not be tolerated in Portsmouth. Biphobia is sometimes defined as an aversion towards bisexuality and bisexual people as a social group or as individuals. It can result in bisexual folk feeling isolated, misunderstood and marginalised. By defining biphobia, we recognise the unique challenges faced by the bisexual community and commit to fostering an environment where they can feel safe and supported. Transphobia refers to the fear, hatred or discomfort with trans people those who do not conform to traditional gender norms. Sadly, the suggestion that no one is born in the wrong body and that trans people have a mental illness is being propagated by the far right, especially towards young trans people. It's the same charge that was made against gay people a few decades ago. This can lead to discrimination, misgendering, harassment and violence against trans people. By defining transphobia, we affirm our commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of transgender members of our community. By adopting this motion, we will not only set the precedent for other cities to follow, but also take a concrete step towards ensuring our policies and practices reflect our commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion. This motion hopefully will serve as a foundation for further actions, such as implementing training programmes for council members and city employees, creating support systems for victims of discrimination, and promoting awareness and education throughout our community. In conclusion, defining sexism, homophobia and biphobia and transphobia within our council's policies is not just a symbolic gesture. It's a necessary step towards building a more just and equitable society. I urge you all to support this motion as the city help wave goodbye against discrimination in all its forms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you. Could you, those of you who've made deputations, please retire to the public gallery if you wish to watch the remainder of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of deputations for this meeting. We now move to agenda item 6, which is questions from the public understanding Order 25. There are no questions from the public, so we move on quickly from agenda item 6 to agenda item 7, which are appointments. Now, for the Planning Committee, members, it's recommended that Councillor Richard Adair replace Councillor Nick Dorrington as a full member of the Planning Committee. Do I have a proposer and a seconder for this change, please?
Proposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you both. Members, is this change agreed? Okay, Education, Children and Young People Scrutiny Panel. It is recommended that Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, CBE, replace Councillor Leonie Oliver as a member of this panel. Do I have a proposer and a seconder for this change? Members, is this change agreed? Marvellous harmony today, thank you all. Agenda item 8 is urgent business, and again I've not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting. So we whistle on to agenda item 9, notices of motion. Now at the start of this, I've had a request put to me that motion F, which is proposed by it's Councillor Barrett and seconded by Councillor Ashmore, be moved to be taken first, as Councillor Ashmore has some childcare issues. Colleagues, do I have your consent that we can change the order on the agenda and we have motion F first? Right, thank you. So in that case, we then move on to motion F. Just let me whiz through my papers a second to find it. Right, motion F is support for Repairs Cafe, Portsmouth, proposed by Councillor Kimberly Barrett and seconded by Councillor Dave Ashmore. I take it you're both prepared to in effect, propose and second.
And very happy to second, Lord Mayor.
So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Kimberly Barrett, to present and speak to her notice of motion. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll try and keep it brief because you can't really beat everything that Claire's said. She's very eloquently put everything that I really want to say. But as many of you, hopefully all of you are aware, it's COP month this month. Whilst the bigwigs are all flying out to, discuss the current climate emergency, negotiate between themselves and have a bit of an argument, I'm sure, what their countries can and cannot do, I thought it was worthwhile to focus on something really positive that community groups are doing in this city to try and help, everybody, us as a council, and, reduce bills and obviously lower their carbon footprint for our residents as well. And what a great motion to be able to bring forward is the Repair Cafe motion, because we know, hopefully you are all very aware of the amazing work that Claire, her staff and all the volunteers do across their different organisations. So you've got Share Portsmouth, which is sort of the overarching, but you've also got Portsmouth Library of Things, as Claire has mentioned, and the Repair Cafe, which has been visiting different areas of the city so that different residents can access that if they can't get to Cascades. Claire very kindly passed these to me last week, and I've popped them all on your desks in front of you. It's just a bit of information about Portsmouth Library of Things and the Repair Cafes, what times they're open and where. I would really encourage you to let your residents know if possible. They're on social media. If we can get people to repair and reuse rather than send things to landfill, that's always the best thing possible. It saves carbon. People don't have to try and fork out. One resident I spoke to recently, something that Claire's highlighted, they've had their washing machine for about 2 years. It's fallen apart. They just need one part. Can they get that part? No, not really. But if they can get it, it's pretty much the same price as a washing machine. But then you have to pay for the repair cost for the repairman to come fix it as well. So therefore, she feels the only thing she can do is go buy a new one. But if there was that option to be able to do the repair, she would much prefer to do that. It's much easier. So to be able to do that would be absolutely brilliant. I think it's also worth mentioning as well that you may have seen in the news that Share Portsmouth have won 135, I think it is, £1,000 for the next 3 years to be able to continue their activities to make sure that people are able to access their services and continue on with this, which I think is something, you have to go through a lot of hoops, we know from previous motions. You have to go through a lot of hoops to get that National Lottery funding. So the fact that they've managed to achieve that and can continue on the activities that they want to do is absolutely amazing. And, full credit to Claire and her team. Amazing green activist, that lady. Full credit to her, because she's absolutely fantastic doing these projects. She used to run Green Drinks as well and has been quite active with the car share as well. We always want residents to interact with us and get involved with what we're doing. And the fact we've got someone who's so willing to discuss with all of us councillors as well. She will talk to all of us. She's just a fantastic activist who has made a real difference with her and her staff and her volunteers across the city. The amount of carbon, the money they're saving, absolutely fantastic. And also, I've mentioned the repair and reuse declaration, which I know a lot of MPs are signing, which is great. Greenpeace are calling for MPs to sign this as well. But I think that's great, but we're a council who have that facility in the city, so why can't we sign it to show that we support the government, the MPs, our residents in doing this and pushing forward to show that we do want this to happen. We prefer reusing and repairing rather than having to fight, because we know there's a cost of living crisis. So if someone doesn't have to buy a new washing machine or something else, then they could get it repaired at a cheaper cost. Then, you know, that's always the way forward. And of course, more environmentally friendly than sending something to landfill, or for the parts that you, as Claire has mentioned, the minerals that you have to mine to get all this stuff. It's absolutely perfect to push forward with that. I won't say much more because I want this to focus on the good work that the Repair Cafe are doing, because it's their success in this, and Portsmouth Library of things. Hopefully you can all support this, because I think it's a really good thing. The fact that if we're doing this, hopefully other councils across the country will as well, I think is a really positive message, something we can all sign up to. So hopefully a really good debate will come from this, and I hope you can all support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barrett. Colleagues, are there any amendments to this motion? I've not been notified of any. Nope, there aren't. Okay, in which case the matter is now before council to debate. Anybody wishing to speak? And the gate's open. So the first one up is Councillor Russell Simpson. Councillor Simpson.
As per usual, I wasn't going to speak on this motion, but after hearing that deputation, I had fond memories of being at school and electronics at school, especially with soldering iron. You know, replacing transistors and capacitors, making solder balls. I think we're all guilty of that. But I think one of the issues today with a lot of modern technology and a lot of modern circuitry is that they're made by machines, and there's a lot of micro soldering, so actually it's quite difficult to repair these things. However, I still repair where I can, and I do think it should be encouraged. It's a shame we have lost Maplins, because they were actually a really good source of getting cheap materials, and it's never been replaced. So all we have now is the option of eBay and Amazon, and it's very expensive with the packaging and delivery. So I'm more than happy to support this motion. I think it's a really good one, and I'm glad you brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Next I have Councillor Susie Horton.
Thank you. I don't want to turn this into a classic love fest, but I do actually think that a huge thank you needs to go to her and also the volunteers who have been involved from day one. I think it's fair to say that depending on what's going on in the political climate around green issues, Claire kind of goes in and out of favour, and what I admire about her is that actually she's so committed to her cause that actually it doesn't matter which politicians are involved, she actually treats us all with equality, which is a really positive thing for the city. And if ever I think about her, I always think of someone who actually walks their talk. I remember having a conversation with her once about insulation underneath floorboards and all sorts of things. And I always point to her if you want to actually see someone who does that. But also she educates and she innovates, and she has, and through the Repair Cafe and all of the volunteers, has changed the way many residents in this city act in terms of those small steps. And I think it's really important to say that there are two levels, I think, to this debate. The recycling, reusing, repair, there's a national movement that needs to happen. There needs to be the legislation in government around recycling and reusing needs to happen. But also, we can do a lot on a local level, and it is those small steps. Now, I'm guilty as anyone else in going for convenience, but actually just having the options and the education out there around repairing. I've been to the Repair Cafe and had things repaired, but also just advice. And I know that that she started up some DIY classes for women only, which have been absolutely full to the brim. I don't think we could have imagined that they would have been so popular. And if every single one of those people goes away with something repaired or a bit more knowledge about, for example, recycling electrical items or skilling themselves up, then those incremental changes across the city are going to make a difference. So they were really the key things that I wanted to say. So please, let's hope, I think we probably all will support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. I have no other speakers at this point. No, I do. I tempt fate, don't I? Councillor Judith Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wanted to fully support everything that has just been said, particularly by Councillor Susie Horton just now. But I also wanted to draw attention to the importance of mending anything. And I am quite appalled and surprised at the number of school children that come out of school without knowing how to sew on a button, with thinking that clothes are just for a one-off wear and then throw it away. And I'd like to make mention in this chamber of all those, if you like, softer, less technological and often, alas, arts and crafts associated with women. If anybody wants to know how to darn anything of decent quality, if anybody wants to know how to mend or alter clothes, please don't hesitate to knock on the door. It's an absolutely crucial part of our work. People, for example, going into old people's homes often lose or gain weight and they need help with repairing and altering their clothes. I've done a lot of that this past year. I would like to urge support to anybody in this chamber, man or woman, who wants to gain those skills, and I'd be very happy to advise. And I know that Claire would want me to say this as well. It isn't just all about electronics, it's about the most basic skills that I think every human being in this country needs. And I'm proud to be one of those who recycles, mends, and helps other people to mend their clothing, which is thrown away in massive quantities to the great detriment of our environment.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. And that's a blessing to know that, because I think only the old mayoral gowns need a bit of a widening out, I'm afraid. So I'll be in touch, okay?
I'd be honoured to fettle them.
Bless you. It's come to this, eh? Only 6 months in, it's come to this already. Okay, right, Councillor Shah next.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just I want to say I will fully support this motion because I have visited their sessions in the north of the city, and I think it's saving the environment. Their work is saving the environment and our pockets as well. So I will fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Short and sweet. Right, there are now no other speakers. Is everyone's going to ambush me? Nope. Okay, so Councillor Barrett, to you sum up, please.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. Judith, I completely agree with you. Actually, fast fashion is a real issue that I think we do need to tackle with, very cheap, throwaway clothes coming from another country. It's definitely a separate issue, but one that combines with this as well. I do know how to sew a button on. My mum, as well as being a librarian, is a textile artist, so she would literally kill me if I didn't know how to sew. But I appreciate you for letting everybody know that you are available. So I hope people can take that up if they do want to. So you know where to go, everybody, if you can't get to a repair cafe either. No, thank you very much for this. It's really great that there is support for this. It's great that the work that everybody involved in the Portsmouth Library of Things Share and the repair cafes are being acknowledged for the great work that they're doing as well. Thank you, Councillor Simpson, for your points as well. I might get told off here, but I used to make those soldering boards as well. They were quite good for playing football across the desk when you were meant to be doing your work. So, but as we have mentioned, electronic waste is an issue. As a council, we do pick up small electrical items, so that is available, but that is small electrical items. We fully acknowledge and we know that, larger electrical items are an issue as well. Hopefully with this coming forward, with some of the MPs signing this declaration, hopefully this will be picked up soon and some work will be done on it so that we can see some positive changes coming forward. And hopefully there'll be more reuse, repairing across the whole country, something I think we can definitely support. So I look forward to the leader signing this declaration on our behalf, and I really appreciate you all supporting this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Right, members, we now move to the vote. Can I have a show of hands? All those in favour, please show. That looks pretty unanimous to me. Double check. Any against? Nope. So that is carried unanimously. Right, we now go back to the original listing on the agenda. So it's motion A. Again, bear with me while I change pages. Where are we? Okay. So, motion A, definitions of sexism, homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, proposed by Councillor Mary Vallely and seconded by Councillor Charlotte Gerarda. Just confirmation that you're both happy to still propose and second. I now then call upon the proposer, Councillor Mary Vallely, to present and speak to her motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor, colleagues, friends and guests. The motion today was brought to me by two colleagues, and actually I want to make it clear that we're not blaming anybody here. This is an opportunity for learning. It's an opportunity to talk about these issues, and originally I realised that people can't read my mind. And originally I was going to talk about everything in the Equality Act of 2010, but we fined it down to these 4 areas because I expected to come back and do the rest in the new year. However, I'll continue on now. So the Equality Act of 2010, a while ago, 9 protected characteristics: age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex and sexual orientation. I don't know if you read what we've put here, but you know, for example, homophobia, but in particular transphobia, has gone up by almost 1,500% in the last year. It's ridiculously high. I used to teach adults maths and English, funny enough, in community settings in places like Paulsgrove, Wimmering, Wecock Farm. And with adults, you don't just talk about maths and English, you get on to everything, you know, life, death, the world. And sexuality came up at times. People would talk to me individually about how they felt about it. And none of those people ever said to me, I read the Equality Act of 2010, and it says blah, blah, blah. So I think this is an opportunity for us to bring these things forward. And as a council, I wanted to be able to say to those people, look up your council website. It'll all be in there. And obviously it's not. I obviously didn't say that because I checked it first. We all know that knowledge is power. Words hurt, words matter. Knowledge has been power apparently since 1597 when Francis Bacon said it. Wise man. When we say words to people that hurt them, it carries on into generations. Your mum might have said it, your dad might have said it, so you think it's a law when you're a child. It's really very important to make sure that you get the terminology right. And that's why I stuck to these 4, because we have time for other things. And this actually does count for people of all races, for homosexuality, for heterosexuality, homosexuality, for all of the things that we've talked about around transphobia, biphobia, and sexism, good old sexism. I was referred to as a chairman just yesterday, twice, funny enough, in a meeting. It didn't annoy me, it didn't hurt me. I know that those people are entrenched in those sorts of vocabularies, and even when they said it, I think he knew full well that I'm not a man. But that's nothing compared to the atrocious behaviour that people have to put up with when they're, you know, have been brave enough to actually have an operation to change their sexuality, to change their gender, more like. And, you know, death threats are commonplace. I know where you live. I know where you work. You know, all those sorts of threats are very different from somebody calling me a chairman. I can cope with that. So I just want to say, I'd welcome any amendments. I'm happy to include everybody. I'm not somebody who's ever going to leave anybody out, you can be sure of that. I'd like to say as well that if anybody wants to talk to me about this phobias thing, if you don't have a safe space here to discuss it, just, you know, say I need to know more about this, can you talk to me? I'm up for anything. I'm not going to judge. And similarly, a bit like Judith there, you know, if you want to talk about your sexuality, I'm up for that too. You're buying the coffee, but, you know, I'll always talk to people. Please feel free to come forward. I hope you'll amend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Valley. Well, on that note, are there any amendments to this motion? Councillor Pitt.
One in my name that might be helpful, Lord Mayor.
And can I ask Councillor Pitt, is there a seconder to that?
Yes, there is. Happy to second, and I reserve my right to speak later.
Okay, can I then ask that if we have that amendment, it can be circulated, please? Do we have an amendment somewhere? Well, it'd be helpful to see it. Oh, I haven't seen anything. A moment, please. We seem to have hit an impasse. James? Can I ask Councillor Pitt who was it actually sent into? Did he? Councillor Sanders, have you got proof that you sent that in somewhere? Who did you send it to? I'm presuming James. Okay. James, I have to ask you, have you got anything there at all? What time did you send it, Councillor Sanders?
This morning, about 9 o'clock.
Well, no. No. Right. Well, for there, it doesn't appear to have been received, Councillor Sanders. So I'm not sure what happened when you sent it. If you send it in now, then we can get it signed. Okay. Well, not send to me. I haven't got my computer with me. You have to send it to. Send it to. Can I suggest we take a quick 5-minute break while we sort this out? Apologies for this. Quick 5-minute break and then come back again, right? Sakes, right. Right, I'm back, but apparently prematurely. So sorry. So can I just ask, hang on a second. Allow me to whisper quickly, hang on. I'm really sorry about this. Obviously, you can hear there is a bit of an issue. It's due to be printed off any minute in the Lord Mayor's office, so I guess we're going to have to reconvene again. This is the last chance, though. If we don't get it, then I can't keep delaying forever. They've got, okay, it's just a case of wait and print it off. So maybe two or three more minutes. Okay. Right, okay. Sorry. Reconvene again in maybe another 5 minutes. If everybody has their, is that acceptable to people? Well, I appreciate that, but I'm just asking a question. Do people want it emailed, or do you rather have it printed? We can email it first. Okay. Right, look, I need to make a decision. I'll be standing here like Wally's all afternoon. We will break finally for 10 more minutes, and then that's it. 10 minutes and then back, no fail. We'll have to continue after that, all right? Sorry, everybody, my apologies. Notice, oh, thank you, sorry. Notice of motion A, take 3. Okay. Please be seated. Right, I'm heartened to see we now have the amendment here. So can I ask you, Councillor Pitt, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, it's self-evident, I believe, Lord Mayor. It's only brief, but Councillor Vallely referred in her opening remarks to other items within the Equality Act and other protected characteristics. And all we've done is sought to include those and refer this to the Cross-Party Governance Audit and Standards Committee, because we believe that that should be part of a wider review around this particular issue to make sure it is dealt with inclusively. And just for clarity, members, I did speak to Councillor Vallely when we had the adjournment to make sure that she was happy with the amendment and I wasn't proposing anything controversial given the unusual nature of what then transpired. And I've got no more to say on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Hunt.
Am I on? Yeah, dead. All right, then, Lord Mayor, thank you everybody for the notice of motion. And Steph, is she up there? Okay. Look, it's really, it's really brave of people to come and, especially here, to come in public and raise these issues. But I understand Steph is a very good advocate for these matters. I want to say that this, to me at least, feels like the start of the debate that Richard and I began, or helped to begin rather, helped to begin about 40 years ago, particularly turning the police around about their approach to homophobia and all the issues mentioned in this notice of motion. And Richard was even better at it than I, because I know he went to the police college at Bramshill and addressed scores of superintendents and told them what's what and what life was like for us back then and how they could change things. And subsequently, I remember he was invited to address a whole bunch of lawyers at Winchester and tell them what it was like for us at that time and for many other people like us. We are actually quite normal. Quite normal. We're human beings. And what is important is that nobody should lose sight of the fact that everybody is a human being and has a right to live their life in the way that they wish to live their life, whether that's with another woman and a man, whether you're transgender, or two guys living together, black people, white people living together. It is not an issue. But we do face a battle. We face a battle, definitely from the dog whistle hard right, and particularly the stuff that's coming out of America, which we see, robots or whatever their names are. If you look at Twitter nowadays, so many American people or accounts judging people on Twitter in Britain for our liberal democracy. And we also see it from the, I suppose, the left, if you want to pigeonhole them, from Russia. The same sort of thing. Bots in Russia coming on to Twitter and other Facebook pages, stirring it up for us here in Western Europe, liberal Western Europe. And the words are important. Of course, they are really important, but they latch onto these words too, and they try and turn it round and throw it in our faces. So the little support that we can give here today to what it is the notice of motion and the amendment sets out to do is important. And I hope that all branches of the council can see that we are all human beings, first and foremost. And if we want to label people, that's a shame. But thanks to people like Steph Richards and the Notice of Motion and others, transgender issues will continually move forward, and in 40-odd years' time again, it's perfectly normal. It would be normal. Nobody would bat an eyelid because you are what you want to be. And that's so important. It's taken 40 years to get to the situation, and I think we're probably more than 10% of this council is gay, one way or the other. I don't know about everybody. Some people might still be in their closet. I haven't got a clue, and I'm not cluing at anyone in particular. But that's where we are. You know, we have moved on. We have normalised people in for want of birth, same-sex relationships. It's normal. You can get a mortgage now. It has moved on that much. When we first started out, we couldn't get a mortgage. We had to go to a specialist mortgage broker and get a mortgage. So that's how far we have come, and that's how far we still have to go, Steph. It will take probably 40 or 50 years to get this particular issue off everybody's backs. But we must keep on trying and must keep on pushing forward so that everybody can live their own life the way that they wish to do it as the person that they wish to be.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I have no more speakers at this moment indicating they want to speak. So, in absence of anybody else, Councillor Vallely, can I ask you to sum up and confirm whether you're happy to assume the amendment? Thank you.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to assume the amendment. Thank you.
Right, members, then, we move to the vote. Can I have all those in favour, please show? Again, that looks unanimous, but I'll double check. Any against? Nope, so that is carried. We move on to motion B, tackling the crisis in temporary accommodation, proposed by Councillor Darren Sanders and seconded by Councillor Steve Pitt. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Pitt, can I just confirm you're still happy to propose and second? Fine, thank you very much. In that case, Councillor Sanders, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. Being homeless is something many of us can't comprehend. Yet for too many of us in our city, too many people in our city, it's a daily reality. It also is a crisis for many councils in our country. This isn't a party political point. Councils of all persuasions are in a similar boat. For instance, 1 in every 50 Londoners is in temporary accommodation. Councils there, mostly Labour, spend more than £3 million a day on it. Here in Portsmouth, we've been okay. The budget pressures have been significant, as you've seen at the various monitoring reports, but nowhere near what others face. The Lib Dem policy of buying back right to buy properties, restarting the building of council homes, and a focus on preventing homelessness has helped keep this wolf from our door, until now. When I heard a few weeks ago that we could not do that any longer, numbers up 54%, costs up 84%, we had to be honest and act. That's why the housing team offered briefings to councillors, the media, and our local MPs. And I want to thank everyone who attended, especially Amanda Martin MP, who offered to raise our concerns with government. We're very grateful. Now, people have reasons for why this is happening. We may hear them this afternoon. We do know what it's not, and with a reminder that this is not about those who sleep rough, because the law says that those people are not priority homeless. Officers have been clear, for instance, that this is not to do with people seeking asylum. Those who believe otherwise are wrong, and I hope they have enough of God's grace to admit that, so that we can focus together and work together on the real reasons, because the real reasons are bad enough. Now, the budget's extra cash for homelessness and rough sleeping, even though we don't know the exact amount for Portsmouth, and I want to place on record my gratitude both to Councillor Heaney and to Councillor Bosher for their thoughts about how this would affect our budget. Even though we don't know the exact amount for Portsmouth, that money was welcome, as is Labour delivering the Tory commitment to end no-fault evictions. However, the money does not come until next April, so it's not dealing with the crisis we face now. Now, I'm told that some people may see this motion as a cheap political point against a new government, I disagree. Because the main reason every council in this country is facing this crisis is that every single person in temporary accommodation gets housing benefit. That's local housing allowance in the jargon. But they get it at the level it was in 2011. That's 13 years ago. The coalition never chose to raise it. The Tories, on their own, never chose to raise it. Now Labour has chosen not to raise it. Now, you might have expected it from the Tories, I don't know. But we do expect better from Labour. Raising it even to the current local housing allowance rate would knock a severe dent in this budget, I am told by officers. It will make this crisis manageable. But thanks to Labour following the Tories and not doing it, this council pays out more than 5 times in rent on temporary accommodation than it gets back in housing benefit. And this city's council taxpayers foot the bill. That's wrong. And that is the main reason why councils across the country, many of them Labour, believe this will make them go bust. Yet this government, like the last one, ignores them. And that's wrong. Now, I'm sure Labour will say, well, look at the extra cash we're providing. That's fine. Look at the £1 billion for extending the Household Support Fund and discretionary housing payments. That's fine. But interestingly, this year, the combined fund for those two things is £1,100 million. Next year, it'll be £1,000 million. That's a £100 million cut. A cut of about 9%. We expect better. Now, I'm told that we'll say that, this is all down to blaming a new government that's just come in. But we have made these points before. And we made them to the last government. The leader, along with many other council leaders across political parties, told the last government how to stop this crisis. I'm sure the leader will no doubt expand on that later. That government didn't listen. We hope this one would. We hope this one will. But not so far. So given that government will not change the rules, we must ask it for cash. The housing team do have long-term plans for dealing with the issue, to get the wolf away from the door. But I am told those plans will bear fruit in the next financial year. That's great, but too late. We and other councils need help now. Now, to those who say that this can't be done, I respectfully disagree. There are things that you can do. Let me offer one. We can raise £900 million by doubling the tax on online gambling. We know it was under consideration from the budget, but it wasn't there. Now imagine taxing online gambling to help our homeless now and our health services later. Hard to see how you can lose. But not yet. Not now. And as a result, councils, and I'm going to say this again, often Labour councils are suffering. They told me that, and they told ministers that at the recent local government conference, for instance. However, homeless people, more importantly, are suffering. But not to worry, online casinos will be just fine. That's wrong. We do not face this crisis alone, but we do want a better deal for homeless people in this city. We do have long-term plans, but we face a crisis now. And because the rules haven't changed, we have to ask the government for cash. I hope we get it. Our homeless deserve it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Now, I am aware of an amendment that's come forward. I've actually received this one. This is from Councillor Gerarda and seconded by Councillor Heaney. I'm not aware of any others, so just to double check, there are any other amendments? No, in which case, can I ask for this to be circulated and for Councillor Gerarda and Councillor Heaney to confirm they're still willing to propose and second this?
Propose, my Lord Mayor.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Can we please circulate that amendment? Give it 30 seconds or so then, Councillor Gerarda, if you want to take the floor and speak to your amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So, the Labour Group is putting forward several amendments to this motion. We've had to do this because the administration's approach to tackling the crisis in temporary accommodation in Portsmouth has been severely mishandled. Firstly, we're proposing to include further detail about when and how the local housing allowance, known as LHA, has been frozen and therefore becomes out of step with the lowest third of local rents within any given area. This context is important because the temporary accommodation crisis, and indeed the drivers in the increase of homelessness, have been building because of austerity measures. This is historic. It's ironic that the Labour government has been in power for just 4 months, and the Lib Dem administration expects that Labour should solve 14 years of Tory government failure in one budget, and when the country's finances are in a dire state. And those austerity measures wouldn't have even existed if it wasn't for the Tory Lib Dem coalition in the first place. And I know I'm going to get some science and eye rolls, but it's a really important point to make, and I have to make it. The second amendment is in relation to the statement that the government should take up measures to tackle homelessness, recommended by 100 council leaders. But this refers to a letter that was sent last year to a completely different government. I want to know, when the Labour government was elected this July, did the leader send the letter again? Because our two cities' MPs haven't had sight of that letter, and it's ridiculous to expect a newly elected Labour government to take action on a letter that came a year before they were in power. That's why our amendment includes asking for the newly elected Labour government to be asked to consider the proposals. Then we suggest making substantial changes to the resolutions of this motion. That's because we're appalled at how the administration has handled this situation. In your motion, you've outlined that you resolve the council should lobby the city's MPs to ask for the government for an emergency injection of £5.6 million to deal with the crisis that Portsmouth faces. But by bringing this motion now, after the autumn budget, the administration knows full well that this is not possible, which makes this motion nothing more than a media stunt. We've spoken with the city MPs, and prior to last week, they hadn't been directly contacted by the leader of this council about the crisis in Portsmouth's temporary accommodation. I asked this question myself when I attended the group leaders briefing about this issue, and I was surprised to find out that the city's MPs hadn't yet been informed about the £5.6 million overspend. I was also surprised to find out that they'd been invited to a briefing about the issue at a time that clashed with their parliamentary schedules, with inviting them being little more than a tick box exercise so that the administration could say that they informed the city's MPs before immediately sending out a press release about this motion. The leader knows, and every councillor in this chamber knows, that if you want to secure funds from government, you influence ahead of government fiscal events, like the autumn budget. Some of you may know, but I used to work at Shelter, and I led a national campaign to unfreeze housing benefit. I led a 6-month campaign, and funnily enough, I had success in securing £125 million in the 2017 autumn budget to give 140,000 low-income renters a boost to their housing benefit. And this was because I campaigned effectively. I built alliances and leveraged as many MPs as I possibly could to lobby the Chancellor on our behalf. So I'm absolutely shocked that the administration would think it could get away with overspending, trying to blame the Labour government, who's only been elected for 4 months, and have the cheek to say that our city's MPs need to be lobbied when actually they've been kept in the dark for months. At the group leaders briefing on this issue, we were told that council officers meet every single week to review temporary accommodation figures. This overspend didn't come out of nowhere, and the administration's decision to bring this notice of motion after a critical decision-making juncture surely can't just be incompetence. Or is it? I don't know. That's why we're proposing to amend the phrasing of the resolves so it instead refers to working with the city's MPs to approach the government to find ways to deal with the crisis Portsmouth faces in relation to temporary housing. And I didn't think we'd actually have to spell out that communications with the relevant ministers should be made ahead of any government fiscal events. But I think we do need to, as it obviously didn't happen this time round. And our MPs for the city, no matter their political stripe, whether they're Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, whatever, are there to champion Pompey and to work with the council to secure the best possible deal for Portsmouth residents. We have to work together at local, at national levels to tackle the biggest issues we face as a city, not putting engaging and media stunts actually ahead of solving significant challenges for the council and for local people. Residents want us to work together, to put politics to one side, to get things done. And we need to do that, or else we're severely letting down the 500 plus households currently living in temporary accommodation. We are doing a disservice to them and a disservice to our council. On the contrary, Amanda Martin MP was asked to take action on kinship allowance. She lobbied within the government and was successful in securing £44 million in the autumn budget to support kinship and foster care, including a trial of kinship allowances in up to 10 local authorities. If she knew about the situation in temporary accommodation earlier, she could have made similar representations for our city. What a wasted opportunity. Then our last amendment in the resolve section is to include a couple of actions about avenues the council could pursue to secure more affordable temporary accommodation options. That includes approaching the University of Portsmouth and the Ministry of Defence to see if they might have any accommodation vacancies that could be utilised by the council. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gerarda. Okay, the motion is now before council to debate. Do we have any speakers? We do. Councillor Pitt.
Well, Lord Mayor, that was absolutely extraordinary, frankly. We have made everyone very well aware of the issues and pressures facing this council. I wrote to the Deputy Prime Minister after the general election, and the letter was copied to local MPs, I believe. Could the Chief Executive confirm? Thank you, Natalie. Informing them of the issues. This is not a secret. The Local Government Association published a white paper which was comprised, by the way, for anyone watching today, by all parties, focusing on the key issues facing councils up and down this country. And they are the pressures being caused by adults and children's social care, and for upper tier and for many local authorities, upper and lower tier temporary accommodation costs. So these are not new things that the Labour government was hid in a cupboard with noise-cancelling headphones on when they were in opposition and didn't understand what was going on in the UK. In fact, as Councillor Sanders referred to, what the LGA conference, cross-party LGA conference, was completely obsessed with this year in October were, unsurprisingly, the costs of children's social services, the cost of adult social services, and the cost of temporary accommodation across the country for hundreds of local authorities, many of whom are now faced in year with having to consider filing a Section 114 notice. So it's all smoke and mirrors, and I'm sure we're all supposed to run around saying how wonderful both of our Labour MPs are, but you're in government now, Councillor Gerarda. So £233 million from Labour next year will not stop local authorities up and down this country from facing insolvency this year. In fact, you don't have to look very far because Southampton-led Labour is on the verge of a 114, having already sought out a bailout from government last year, and Hampshire County Council is also on the verge of collapse, issuing notices to staff and having to deal with a £170 million budget problem. These problems we should all know about because they're in the news every day. Now, I refer you directly to a letter from Angela Rayner to chief executives and council leaders received today, which says that the money allocated, that £233 million, is to help prevent rises in the number of families in TA and to help prevent homelessness. It is not to reduce the current pressure that we all have and we should all be extremely concerned about. Because this is not just affecting Portsmouth, it's affecting every local authority in the country. Some, in fact many, have seen their TA costs double or even triple or more in the last few years. So the TA cost estimated to local authorities 22-23 was 1.7 billion. By 23-24 it was 2.29 billion. Many have seen their costs double, triple or worse. Not my words, the Local Government Association's words. The increase in households in TA over the last 10 years has been 89%, 104,000 of them by March last year. These aren't secrets, Lord Mayor. You You can look it up on the internet, councillors. Be aware of the problems that we're facing. These things are terrifying. They certainly weren't a secret that Labour only discovered when they found their funding gap in July when they were suddenly elected. These are problems that were universally known and should be the full focus of every single elected member in this country until we get a proper funding settlement of 3 years so that all local authorities can actually plan ahead. It's a choice. Councillor Sanders has articulated one of those choices. There are other choices. We were all sat there, every council leader in the country, on the various WhatsApp groups I'm on with Segoma and in the Key Cities group and across Hampshire, desperate for more in-year funding to deal with TA costs, and we weren't listened to. So you can present this or dress it up however you would like to, but when the Deputy Prime Minister is actually saying this is just to help prevent rises and is acknowledging in writing that it's not going to deal with the in-year pressures, I don't think I need to defend this administration at all. On the 1st of July this year, the percentage of total housing budget spent on homelessness and TA had tripled since 2015. We are in an extraordinary situation. We're not trying to bash the Labour government. I'm here to complain that successive governments, including our own involvement in the coalition, have not tackled this problem effectively. You're in government now, not opposition. It's time to face the music.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I have no other speakers at the moment. Yes, I do. Okay. Gosh, okay. Right, next one is Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I say many of you may or may not recall that I was Chair of Housing for 5 years in my previous iteration as a councillor, so I do have a real interest in housing, although I haven't taken up housing specifically for quite a long time. And I'm absolutely sure that the issue that we face in finding people accommodation in this city and in other cities is really, really serious. You know, this is not a small problem. So I want to say a couple of things really to try and take a little bit of the heat out of the current debate. Not because it's not right to be passionate and concerned about homeless people, because I think I was certainly concerned about it when I was Chair of Housing. I mean, when I was Chair of Housing, we were fortunate enough to get the release of Capital Council receipts, which allowed us to spend a lot more money on the City Council's housing stock. But we also had a very effective campaign to get empty accommodation back into use again, which we had a very good team, and we actually won an award as a City Council for that. The other thing that we did when I was Chair was that we had a particular problem with larger properties, families needing larger properties, 4-bedroom and 5-bedroom, which were quite difficult to find. With right to buy sales, we'd often lost a lot of these. So we had a policy where we would seek to buy back older council houses, particularly if they're larger ones, or maybe seek to acquire private sector properties, maybe where someone was unable to maintain their home anymore, they couldn't do it, they couldn't repair it, so we would offer them housing, and then we would do the property up and we'd have it then part of the council stock. So we do have pockets of housing, bits of housing that are not in part of the estates, which have been acquired over time. I mean, I think for me, I attended the briefing on the Monday. I understand that my colleague, Councillor Schrader, attended the briefing on the Friday. I was very keen because of an interest in housing. And I asked a number of questions at the briefing about the situation and was fully aware of how serious it was. And Councillor Sanders was there and very helpfully answered some questions that I put forward. The problem that seemed to me was that this has been a problem that's been a long time brewing. It is not just something that has suddenly occurred. And I obviously was pleased to see it being discussed, but I was a bit puzzled about the sequence of events because the motion for this was written before the briefing was sent out. It was ready for the agenda, some time before that. And the briefing was held on the Monday. The MPs were being briefed immediately after our meeting on the Monday at 4 o'clock, I think, but only Amanda could make it because Stephen Morgan was doing a part of his ministerial duties in the Commons. And one of the things that I asked about, and we've included it in our amendment, it's about other things that we can do in Portsmouth. I asked at the meeting whether the university would be able to let any of its accommodation at Loxow Road available, because I know they had kept it empty for a long time and then had reopened part of it. And I made that as a suggestion that should be considered. Later on that week, I got an email from a senior council officer saying, could you remind me which bit of the university buildings you'd asked about? And I said, which one it was. So I sent that in, confirming what I'd actually asked about, and they were presumably going to look into it further. Now, I wasn't sure whether that was a suitable accommodation, but it seems to me any option is needed. The other one that came to my attention was having a discussion with a couple of people about the MOD. We have a number of MOD properties in the city. The MOD is not particularly helpful with local authorities, and I'll just leave it at that. But they do have property that is empty. They often claim they can't make it available for any use because of service family movements, etc. And also some of the property is actually not in particularly good condition, which may be another reason why. But I think it's another avenue that we should explore. And I have suggested that we, if necessary, and if it's helpful, get the two MPs to actually lobby the MOD to try and do something about this issue, because it seems that there might be an option to do something there. I mean, the joy of the internet is you can see almost anything, and I quickly read through the letter that Councillor Pitt refers to, and that letter is a fairly general letter about local government services and the settlement, and about the good things the City Council is doing, which is great. It talks about rough sleeping, but it doesn't specifically talk about the specifics of this homelessness problem. And I understand maybe why that wasn't done, because you want to make a general impression of it, but it isn't specifically laid out in that letter. I'm not blaming anyone for that, I'm just saying it wasn't there. I think it's right that we should try and cooperate with MPs, and even when we had MPs that were not necessarily of our particular political party, we did try to work with them, because that's how you get things done. And I just think that the administration, whilst it probably wants to score some points against Labour and say we're not doing enough, not quickly enough, I understand that. I understand it, because we see it in your leaflets when you put them out in the street. So that's what goes. What happens in the council chamber, what happens on the leaflet side, but it is done, and I see it, and I don't complain about that, because that's what political parties do. But the point is that this government can't do everything all at once. In order to compensate every single local authority for the problems they have, it would be a massive expenditure. We haven't yet had the local government settlement, so we don't know if there may be some extra support involved in that. We certainly want to support you in trying to deal with the problem. So let's see if we can try and work a bit more cooperatively and lobby by all means, but let's make sure we can do it in a spirit of unity rather than division. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henney. Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, CBE.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I think I'd like to thank the Leader of the Council for writing to the Deputy Prime Minister just after the general election to highlight this problem and to highlight the issues that we're talking about today. And to volunteer to support and work with the government in trying to address these. And I understand that letter was circulated to both MPs, and I'm grateful for that having happened. I think we all know that this is a very serious problem. I think we need to recognise that there are things that we've done here in Portsmouth that have helped the situation, and we've been quite unusual. So we bought back over 600 council flats that were sold off under right to buy, so that families could have somewhere to live that they could afford and a decent quality of life. And I think that's been very, very good. But my understanding is that if we are able to buy back at about 150 a year, we're able to keep a lid on the temporary accommodation problem. My understanding is that the rules changed under the end of the last government, so we weren't able to do that over the last year, and therefore there's been a stop in our ability to buy. Luckily, I understand that that's now changing, and I think that's extremely welcome by everybody. We seem to be one of the very few councils that's done this stuff about buying things back, and it's good to see that we're looking at stepping that up again. Colleagues, we have a trades union, the LGA, who lobby heavily on our behalf for all member councils, and they lobbied very heavily in coming up to the budget in terms of this problem, because we're not alone. We're not alone. This is happening in councils across the country. In places like Eastbourne, that well-known area of deprivation and poverty, their council is looking at they're going bankrupt because of the temporary accommodation problem. So it is a real problem. Now, I think we're going to be in the position now to address this by going back into the market and buying again. And that will be incredibly great, very, very good. I've talked to the university, I've talked to the Vice-Chancellor, I did interrupt him on his holiday in Sri Lanka. He did tell me it was pouring with rain, so we didn't mind being interrupted. But they've got no spare accommodation. If we could be lucky with the MOD, that's great. We've offered to look after their stuff in the past, but they are, as Graham has said, they are not easy to work with. So I'm pleased with debating this. I think there's lots that we can do to work together to try to make sure that we address this. The bit that really worries me is one of the things we learnt out of the pandemic was that we could find a way of getting almost everybody into housing and not sleeping on the streets. And that was an enormous, enormous piece of learning and something we should all be incredibly proud of. And in Portsmouth, we followed that up, so buying 3 buildings that weren't in use, so that we've got places for people who are street homeless. And I think we've done that really, really well to get people off the street. But one of the things we know is that with people who are street homeless, if you just put them into somewhere housing with no support, 50% of those tenancies fail because people often have complex needs, complex problems. So the funding that we've got to do that is being cut by the government. Now, I'm really, really worried that that's going to mean that lots of these people with really complex problems, drug and alcohol problems, relationship problems, are going to be placed in places, and then those tenancies are going to break down and people will end up back on the street. Now, that's not good for them, it's not good for the city, it's not good for anybody. And we need people to be working together, and the government have been telling us and Darren that the funding we get from this will be cut, and that support for people who have been homeless and sleeping on the street will go. And that's not good. So we need to work together. We need to see if we can find solutions for this. We have got a really good story of what we've done here locally, across party, to try to make sure that we tackle homelessness. I'm told other places didn't do this, and their problem is way worse than ours, and we need to try to make sure that we don't follow them down the road towards financial insecurity. So I think it's a useful motion. I hope we'll have a good debate on this, but I think we do need to recognise that it is a very big problem, that we do all need to work together, but that we've done good stuff here in the city and we can continue to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Matthew Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's been an interesting debate so far, not least because I'm slightly confused as to who the real Labour Party is. Is it the person who will defend to the hilt their national party, including their MPs, or is it the voice of reason of someone who has years and years of experience of local government, including being chair of housing? That's a question to ask the Labour group. How are you going to behave when you are in this period where you're in government on the council? I've said many times on here, we have a choice when we're in government. I've been a councillor on this council when my party was in government, and you have a choice. Do you slavishly follow government, or do you stand up for the people of the city? Now, when we ran the council and didn't run, yes, we ran the council when we were in government when I was on this council, and then we didn't for a year. And when we were in control of the council, we did what was right for this city, even if it was disagreeing with government and holding government to account. Councillor Pitt has just made it very, very clear that the conversations that went on the LGA conference that Councillor Coles was at from the Labour group was endlessly going on about the fact that central government had let down local government and always does, because quite frankly that's the way it works, and that as local government we get together cross-party to actually fight back on behalf of our local communities. One of the most disappointing things about the new Labour government isn't about the fact that they can't solve everything. Of course they can't. There are 9 years of Conservative-only governments that have been, quite frankly, from 2016 onwards in particular, a complete and utter shambles that have left the finances of this country in a complete mess, and there's a lot to mop up. But one thing that could have happened, and indeed the Liberal Democrats in the general election campaign said should happen, is that you should have an emergency budget. So those things that we knew were issues prior to the election, that were flagged up, like temporary accommodation that Councillor Pitts raised with the Deputy Prime Minister after the election, should have been addressed in an emergency budget before the end of August. But what happened? Nothing. We had to wait 2 more months until the end of October for a budget. So that means 2 more months of local government not knowing what was going to be funded, all those cliff edges that we've got, all those organisations that the council contracts to run these services, in the VCSE and some private sector and some other statutory partners not knowing what we're going to have. And then when are we going to know? In local government, Councillor Heaney said, we haven't had the local government settlement yet. Well, why not? We're now the 12th of November. 12th of November, we won't get it until just before Christmas. Where does that leave local government in trying to deal with those really critical issues? And again, it's not a reflection on the Labour Party in particular, because this is what every national government does every single time. I was on this council one year where we had our settlement in December, and by the end of January, we had a new settlement which took an extra £1 million out of our budget. We had to find £1 million extra savings in 1 month. We're literally about 2 weeks before our budget went through. So it's not a case of having a go at the Labour government per se, but it's having a go at central government. That if Labour have fallen into this same pattern of screwing local government, those things we have to do, then that is more for them. They could have made a real change and said, you know what, we're going to break the cycle. We're going to break the cycle of doing earlier budgets so we actually know what they are, and we are, and more than just saying we've got it as something we have an aspiration to do. They can say we are going to definitively do multi-year settlements for local government to cover temporary accommodation, to cover adult social care, to cover children's social care, and everything else we have to do. So this motion is an important motion because it's that line in the sand about saying what's important to Portsmouth. We have been innovative in this council. I know Councillor Sanders will talk more about this shortly, but we have to stand up for this city. And quite frankly, the amendment is trying to gloss over and make absolute party politics when ultimately this is a motion saying to central government, no matter who it is, you need to fund us properly, because otherwise we in Portsmouth will be in a similar situation to so many councils around the country whereby we are going to have to do a 114. That isn't going to happen yet in Portsmouth, but that's not to say that it couldn't happen in the future, and it wouldn't be too long potentially. So let's stand up for this city and back this motion unamended.
Thank you. And finally, I have Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to start, I guess, by taking a step back and reflecting on the impact that homelessness has on people, because that's who we're here to represent, that's who we're here to understand and, I guess, empathise with people's situation and understand why this is an issue that needs solving. And there probably isn't a person in this room that hasn't in some way been touched by homelessness, whether it's a friend or a family member or people that are contacting us through casework to try and get support from the council. I know that myself and lots of other people in the room probably spend a lot of big bulk of our casework is around kind of homelessness and housing issues, and something we begin over time to get a bit of an insight into. It's something that can tear apart kind of people's lives. People are suddenly uprooted from the place they'd called home, the place they put down roots, the place they went to school, the place they worked, and are suddenly moved to another place for maybe a couple of weeks, and then another place for a couple of weeks, and so on and so on. And sometimes these periods of homelessness can last months. And in fact, for some of the most vulnerable people, these periods of homelessness last decades because they may never find that permanent home that they really need. So I guess it's important just to bring it back to that human impact of why we're here and why we need to try and resolve the issue. I also feel I may be able to take a step back from some of the groupings in the room and take perhaps a more independent view of the motion before us. To be fair, when I read it, and when I still read it, I didn't really interpret it as an attack on the government. Clearly there are requests to be made from government, and I think that's entirely fair and appropriate. I think it's also fair to say that a new government can't be expected to solve all the ills of society overnight and over the past first 4 months, and in fact over the first Parliament. But what it can do, and what it should do, is be open to being lobbied on the issues that are most important. And as I say, as councillors, we know lots of different issues, but this is one of those that will come right to the top of our mailbox again and again. So I think it's entirely appropriate for us to raise it as an issue, pass those requests up the line, do what we can to work with all of our local politicians to lobby government for the resources that our city needs in order to address the issues that we face. I think it's reasonable to request additional funds to cover where exceptional circumstances do arise. I know there's been overspends in the temporary accommodation budget over a long period of time, and I've sat in many meetings with Darren where it's been flagged as a risk and something that is going to be more of an issue in future, but it does seem that there's been a particular spike over the past year that has now brought it to, I guess, what you could say is a crisis point. So absolutely support the motion, support what it's trying to do, and I think we should be lobbying government for that additional short-term funding. But it is only short-term funding, and actually we'll probably be here in a year's time with another overspend because the fundamental issues that are underlying this will still be there. So I just also want to say a few words about what we can and what we should be doing. And I know it's already been referenced, but I just want to highlight it as a solution, because I believe the best solution, in fact, maybe the kind of only solution, is to build social housing and to do it en masse so that there is no homelessness. It is possible to abolish homelessness, and that's by giving people enough genuinely affordable homes where they've got secure tenancies, where they're not worried about being rooted out next month or in a couple of months' time through no fault of their own. And people can put down real roots. This isn't just about the benefit to those individuals, those homeless people, but it benefits us all as a society to have settled communities where people have lived for years and years, if they want to, are able to put down genuine roots. I mean, that's one of the best things about our ward. I know that it always scores highly on deprivation and crime and all the rest of it, and that's very much true, but it also, in lots of places, has a really, really strong sense of community, much more than I've experienced in other places of the city, and I put that down a lot of time to social housing, because people get a tenancy and then they can stay there if they want for the rest of their lives, and quite often their parents and their grandparents have lived on that same estate, and they've got real kind of social bonds and connections. That's important for all of us to build the kind of communities that we want to live in. And just on that point, I want to highlight 3 sites around this city where, with the right support from government and with the right grant funding, we could significantly increase the number of extra new council homes which are going to be delivered. And I can see Darren's ears picking up, because I know we've discussed this and I'm sure, no doubt, he'll support it. But if you look at the Summers Orchard site, if you look at City Centre North, and if you look at Tipner West, all of those sites are going to have, hopefully, significant new residential development on them in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, all of those sites, of course, have financial constraints, which mean that at present there maybe can't be as much new council homes there delivered as we want to. I know it's above 30% on Summers Orchard, which is great. Last I heard, City Centre North was looking at 30% to be policy compliant because, again, the financial constraints are there, similar with Tipner West. If we were able to significantly increase the grant funding for no social housing from central government, each of those sites could have at least another couple of hundred new council homes on each site being brought forward over the next 5 to 10 years. That is a way that we could really start to, towards not needing temporary accommodation, not even needing the temporary accommodation budget, or at least having a very minimal one there, just as a residual for the people that do still end up falling through the cracks. I know that in the budget, the Labour government did increase the Affordable Homes Programme by £500 million, which was, of course, welcome, but I think it was £500 million out of an existing budget of £5 billion, which isn't a massive increase and nowhere near what's needed. I think the mood music apparently is coming out of Angela Rayner's office, that she wants that to be much more in the next year or so, and I will finish very quickly. So hopefully that comes forward. But that's really what's needed, that extra grant support from central government in order to build the homes that allow people to have settled, secure and affordable places to live. And then they won't be rooted out and made homeless and creating this need for temporary accommodation in the first place. So just to conclude, thank you, Lord Mayor, is that spending on social housing is an investment, not just in bricks and mortar, but also the health and well-being of our society.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. I now move to Councillor Sanders to sum up and confirm whether he wishes to subsume the one amendment that we've had. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I got a report last week which talked about, got nothing to do with the council, but it talked about what happens when people view a professional disagreement as a personal slight. And I understand that there's a professional disagreement between my party and the Labour Party on this issue. I understand that. It felt, some of the discussion felt as if it was a personal slight, and I don't believe it is. It is just a professional disagreement, and we disagree. I have to say, I agree with Comrade Cal in the corner, I have to say. Pretty much everything. Firstly, we've talked about money, we've talked about policies. This is ultimately about people. People who've been kicked out of their home by their landlord. People who've been kicked out of their home by their friends and family. People who have finally decided to leave an abusive relationship so they can lead a better life. These are the people we're talking about, and that is why this motion is here, and that is why some of us get quite passionate about it. I want to come into the ideas of increased numbers of affordable housing. One of the problems we face with the affordable housing programme is that all the money the projects have to be finished by April 2026. Not purely in planning, not just started, finished. So that means that we cannot get any money out of that programme for Summers Orchard. God knows that would make it better. We can't get any money for City Centre North. God knows that would make it better. We can't get money for some of the Hope Value sites, which I suspect will be a discussion in about an hour and a half's time, to try and turn them into affordable housing and the social housing we all want in this city, because we know that our council is actually quite good at managing our own stock and managing our own people. So that's one of the problems that we face. Now, I'm going to go through some of the points that were raised. As far as the actual local housing allowance was concerned, I did actually say in my speech, I did actually criticise the coalition for being wrong. I criticised the Tories on our own for being wrong. All of us have taken it so far. But I did say that I expected better from Labour. And I do. Because I believe that passionately that Labour actually does, that homelessness and tackling homelessness is part of the Labour DNA. And that's why I was very unhappy that this didn't happen. And to say that, you know, nothing happened before the budget. Well, I lobbied Jim McMahon at the SIGOMA meeting on the 21st of October, at the LGA conference before the budget. The Lib Dem leader of North Norfolk District Council said in a session at the LGA conference, at which Councillor Coles and I were present, excuse me, can we have some money, please, for temporary accommodation? Because it's busting them and they don't have the money. So to say, oh, no, there's been no lobbying, there's been plenty of lobbying. And actually, I think that lobbying delivered the extra £233 million for homelessness and rough sleeping. Bear in mind the two are different, for next year. But we have a problem this year. And as I said, we're not alone. Councillor Heaney, you rightly said, thank you very much. You've woken up now. That's excellent. Thank you, Graham. You rightly said that this has been a long time brewing. Absolutely correct. Unfortunately, now it's come to the boil. Just as it's come to the boil for several Labour councils across the country significantly earlier than us. But we expect better. This is about priorities. Now, I have to say with the amendment, I will not accept the amendment, but not for the reasons you might think. Because actually I've checked with housing officers, and it's about points 3 and 4 in your amendment. You say, ask the university if we've got any accommodation available that could assist in providing temporary accommodation for PCC. We have. They say they haven't. We will. go again, and I'm grateful to you, Councillor Heaney, for doing that. So we've done that already. To request that I contact the Ministry of Defence, thank you for saying it's me, thank you very much, Graham, that's lovely. Contact the Ministry of Defence, and with the assistance of the 2 local MPs if necessary, preferably as bodyguards, I think would be quite useful. I'm particularly impressed, I think Amanda will be an excellent one, I have to say, to ask if they can make any accommodation if they have in the area that could provide temporary accommodation for PCC. We have talked to the MOD. The MOD doesn't have enough properties, they say they don't have any more. Councillor Heaney, you were right about the quality of the condition. It has been suboptimal, I think is the polite way of describing it, because we've spoken to the MOD about what's called the Arab scheme, the scheme in which we've been housing Afghan interpreters, people who fought for our country. So we have dealt with those 2 things. We will continue to lobby with these things, but the idea that we have to do something we've done already, I think is not on. So forgive me if I don't accept the amendment, but we do want to work together. We do want to make sure that we can deliver for people, not for policies, not for money, but for people. And if we get what we need and what homeless people in the city need, we will all lead a better life. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Right, we now move to the vote then. So first of all is the vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Gerarda and Councillor Heaney. Can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against? That is clearly lost. So we move to the substantive. All those in favour, please show. Again, that looks unanimous, but double check. Any against? Nope, so that's unanimous. So that motion is carried. Moving on. Motion C, social media policy for councillors, proposed by Councillor Charlotte Gerarda and seconded by Councillor George Fielding. Again, could I just have your confirmation you're both happy to continue to propose and second that?
Propose, my Lord Mayor.
Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, on that basis then, Councillor Gerarda, can I ask you to present and speak to your motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So we've brought this motion to full council today because social media has such a profound effect on our lives, society and humanity as a whole. Like anything else, it can be a source of good, a powerful tool to connect with others, find meaning and enjoyment. However, it can also be a source for bad, a way to spread disinformation, sow division and cause hatred. That's why it's so critical that we think before we say, we edit before we post, and we correct our mistakes if they occur. Because as a Spanish philosopher once said, you're a master of what you don't say and a slave to what you do. Many councillors, like other elected officials, choose to use social media to keep residents updated on their work, to share information about campaigns, and to engage residents in democratic processes like elections. And many residents use social media to raise issues, ideas, and concerns, whether that's to us directly or via a plethora of social media platforms. That could be anything from Facebook community groups to the Nextdoor app and everything in between. I personally use social media in my councillor role to keep residents up to date about what's going on in Central Southsea, to let them know what I've been doing, to champion their concerns and to ask them for their views. I find it incredibly useful and an effective way to engage with residents. And most of the time, the feedback is positive. And from the residents' perspective, I'm often messaged on Facebook or Instagram with residents' ideas and with casework. So it can be an additional route to find out about concerns and to take actions on issues that matter most to Portsmouth residents. While social media has been a largely positive tool for me in my councillor role, it has also sadly been a real source of anguish and frustration. As some of you may know, I have been targeted by an individual for months, where he's been posting multiple times on various Facebook groups about me with untruths, often in public forums on Facebook groups and with content that has actually been shared directly with fascist organisations. And I know of other colleagues that have been harassed by this individual online too, and it's caused untold misery when it does flare up. And I've had to involve the police because I have been concerned about my safety on multiple occasions, and I'm not the only person in this council chamber that has experienced this sort of thing. What I've been surprised about is when incidents like this do occur, there hasn't really been a clear process or policy for elected members to follow. Similarly, when residents have raised concerns with me about the content posted online about councillors, there isn't a clear policy for them to hold us to account. So it triggered us to research what other councils do, and I have to say, we found out that we're in the minority of councils for not having clear guidelines around social media for elected councillors. So what we found that it is common practice for local authorities' code of conduct for members to include content about the proper use of social media, or to adopt a separate social media policy. So for example, Birmingham, Sheffield, Bristol, Brighton and Hove and Plymouth councils all have social media embedded in their codes of conduct for members, while Southampton, Leeds, Liverpool and Milton Keynes have separate social media policies. So at present, the Portsmouth City Council Code of Conduct for members has no reference at all to social media use and has no separate social media policy for members. So this seems quite outdated, especially because so many of us do use social media, and this is only likely to increase with more people going onto social media platforms. I just wanted to say that it obviously goes without saying that as elected councillors, we are civic leaders within our communities. Many of us are followed by hundreds, if not thousands of people, and they carefully consider our words and what we post. So in some ways, we are influencers and not the cool kind who get sent freebies from big back brands. We're the dweeby kind that are elected to represent them and to champion their views. So the Portsmouth City Council Code of Conduct for members should be relevant to modern times. It should reflect the new ways residents engage with members, including via social media and online communications. And having clear guidance on social media use for members could help to set clear boundaries, principles and standards for online communications. This can help protect us when we experience online abuse, and it also holds us to account for what we say. That's why we're asking for a cross-party working group to be established to review the Portsmouth City Council Members' Code of Conduct with a view to strengthening it, so to include reference to conduct on social media, or, like other councils, to establish a separate social media policy for members. We're also asking that in order to encourage all elected councillors to use social media responsibly, in line with best practice from the LGA, that the council should share the LGA's guide to the role for councillors on social media with all current elected members of Portsmouth City Council. And lastly, we're asking for the council to explore social media training for members and share any opportunities with elected councillors. So we hope that all councillors will support this motion so that Portsmouth City Council's member code of conduct is the most relevant, up-to-date and effective possible policy that it can be. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gerardo. Right, when it comes to the issue of amendments, I've been given two. First one is by Councillor Brian Madgwick and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick. And I have a notice of an amendment by Councillor Steve Pitt, seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason. So can I ask both of those amendments to be circulated, please? They're out already, are they? You've got them all? Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, first of all, formally proposing and second. So Councillor Brian Madgwick and Councillor George Madgwick, can you confirm you're happy to propose and second?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Happy to propose an amendment in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mason.
Yes, I second that.
So, on that basis, Councillor Brian Madgwick, can I ask you to speak to your amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, members. This amendment is in place to add to the motion. Although I don't personally agree with the main motion, as I feel it adds a level of red tape that will be ineffective and unenforceable, I do think that if this motion passes, it needs to reflect the following changes. Firstly, I've added the Livingston case, the Ken Livingston case law, as a point of noting. The Livingston case law already exists and is used in reference and relation to elected members and their conduct on social media. This case law will supersede any policy we approve here as a council today. Secondly, I've requested that the writing of such a policy, scrutiny, implementation, to be moved to the Gas Committee, as that's where it belongs within the framework of this council. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Madrick. Councillor Steve Pitt.
I think Peter's still passing around the amendment, Lord Mayor.
Just a couple more seconds for that to be circulated. It seems to have done the rounds now, Councillor Pitt.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. A very simple amendment and not dissimilar to some of the intentions of Councillor Brian Madrick's. There is already a framework to do this piece of work, and if Council is minded to support it, then the proper way to do that is to simply refer it to the Governance, Audit and Standards Committee, which is capable of setting up a working party, should it wish to, carry out a review of this and then bring it back through the normal processes. I just don't feel that adding another layer of anything, whether it's a resident committee or a cross-party group leaders committee, is actually going to add any value here when we already have the correct framework and mechanism within our constitution to deal with the issue. So that's literally all this amendment does, apart from it does replace the word explore with reinforce, and that's because we do already have member social media training. Members may remember at the last council meeting I pointed out that at the last opportunity to do that training only one person did. So the issue may be less with the training and more to do with the lack of engagement with the training, but that might be something that gets picked up through the review at Governance and Audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. So we have first speaker, Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thanks. Wanted to say, I did listen very carefully in Councillor Gerardo, and I'm really sorry that you've been trolled in this way. And I think that happens to a lot of us nowadays, and we can all quote examples of it, and it's completely, utterly wrong. But I listened to your speech in conjunction with what is written, and it wasn't clear to me, and forgive me for being a bit dumb on this, but whether you wanted to control what people were saying to us or us saying to people. Personally, we have an overriding standing order is that councillors should not bring the local authority into disrepute. So if we go online and say something that brings the council into disrepute, then we get hauled before the Standards Committee quite correctly. I'm not sure that adding anything more does very much, quite frankly. I don't mind going down this route, but Councillor Madrick and Councillor Pitt are correct. This needs to go to gas. Otherwise, we're making policy in this council chamber on the hoof. That is never wise, and it needs a lot more investigation than just us doing it in the heat of this chamber. So I don't know which one we will go with. In the end, they say virtually the same thing. Ours says a bit more, and I think it's a bit more helpful. That's not to say that yours isn't. But I think that ours is a little bit more, has a little bit more punch to it. So, you know, I'm really cautious when we try to stifle or control what members want to say. That does cause me concern, and I'm sure you'll address that when you come to sum up. But I do think that it's important that councillors should be free to say what they say. We don't always agree with things that other members say. Quite a bit I don't agree with what Councillor Madrick says sometimes, but he represents a group or a cohort of people that have a firm view. And I wouldn't wish to control his views. My approach is political and try to persuade other people to my views, because that's what I believe in, and I think that's really important. But I don't want to see us as a council setting out to control what other people say. But I also think it's really important to remember that sometimes things are said on social media and everybody gets cross and they report a councillor to Mr. Balfe and say this is terrible. And then, of course, the immediate question comes up, was that person acting as a councillor at the time? Or was that person acting in a private capacity? Because those lines are really, really unclear. So, you know, all the person has to do is say, well, I was at home, I was on my sofa, I wasn't doing a councillor thing, and then it's all for nothing. So we have another inquiry for Gas to look at, which might not change very much at all. And that's why I'm always cautious about these sorts of notices of motion. And I'm not sure it will have any practical effect at all, but I am happy to go along with whatever is decided across the council.
Deputy Father of the Chamber, Councillor Bosher.
I seem to be getting an awful lot of ageist comments made at me. I've had Councillor Swan have a go at me at Remembrance Sunday about needing a dial-a-ride to get home, and I had Councillor Vallely yesterday referred to me as the old-timer on the Scrutiny Management Committee. I was actually tempted to put down an amendment to her notice of motion to include ageism in it. Well, yes, I suppose, strictly speaking, if you were to put that on social media, it would be accurate. I have to say, I find myself, and this has got to be the second council meeting in a row, agreeing largely with what Councillor Hunt actually said, because I'm happy to see what sort of comes out at the end of this, but it sort of makes me a little bit nervous about the direction that we're actually going in here when it comes down to control. I have a council Facebook group, a Facebook page, where that's where all my political activities are. But I have a personal Facebook page, which is largely down to my family and friends and a lot of other sorts of things. And so I'm sort of with Councillor Hunt, you know, at what point am I regarded as being a councillor or not a councillor? Now, I've sort of been through this a little bit with my workplace, because obviously there's another social media site, which is LinkedIn, and I use LinkedIn predominantly for my day-to-day work activities. So I think it mentions the fact that I'm on Portsmouth City Council, but that's about it. All my contacts there are work-related and in my line of business in my day job. But my company went down a particular route, and I worked for a global organisation maybe 3 or 4 years ago, about what they wanted our LinkedIn profiles to actually say and how they should be presented, because they saw it as a view of representing the company. But then you walk into the issue of who actually owns that LinkedIn site. It's not my company that owns it, it's me. So there is a degree of responsibility on my part as to what I do and don't post on there. And it's exactly the same when it comes to Facebook and Twitter, for that matter, in so much that it's down to the individual to post what they want. Now, I don't necessarily agree with what some Labour councillors actually put on their Facebook pages. I don't necessarily agree with everything that Councillor Madgwick puts up in his particular thing. But you all have a solemn right to actually do that, and disagreement with it is not where it should be. I mean, but then there's obviously this mark that some people overstep. And it would be interesting to hear when Councillor Gerarda sums up as to what the Labour group and the Labour Party as a whole have done about people like Dawn Butler with a black face in white supremacy when it came to the election of Kemi Badenoch as leader of the Conservative Party. because clearly that bounces straight into what you are seeking to achieve. And I'd be fascinated to hear what your views are, whether you agree that she's got the right to do that, or whether you think she's overstepped the mark. But I'll leave that up to your summing up. I'm quite happy for this to go forward. I think the right place to put it is with the Liberal Democrat amendment, because that is traditionally where it's been done before with these sorts of things. It sits with governance and audit to come that, because then we can all feed into that. They will produce a report, and that governance and audit report will come back to full council. So we will have a second opportunity to look at what comes out the end of the sausage machine, so to speak. But I am concerned that we could be going down the line, if we are not careful, of controlling what elected members can and can't say on social media. And I think if we go too far down that particular rabbit hole, we are going to find ourselves in a world of problems if we're not careful. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bosa. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I came to social media rather late, largely because of the very high cost of second-class stamps. And I realised that it is something like the Wild West, that people will often say things on social media which they would not say if they took the care to write a letter. And so I think that we have this very powerful new medium available to us, but we need to be careful. We need to be careful that we draw a distinction between ourselves as councillors and ourselves as concerned individuals, airing our prejudices, airing our hopes over the social media. We need to be very clear in distinguishing between the two. This is not so much a problem when you are sending something out initially on social media, but it is certainly a problem when one is replying to something which has come in on social media. It is very easy, I think, to overstep the mark and go from being the councillor to being the personal individual. And it is that is the area where we need advice. We need ongoing advice. We may need training, but I would agree with Councillor Bosa that we do not need control. We need advice, we need training, and the proper place for this to be decided, how we will put this together, is clearly our Governance, Audits and Standards Committee. That's what it exists for. And my experience of government audits and standards is that it has always been exceptionally careful when dealing with issues such as this, which could lead us down some very peculiar rabbit holes. And so I would commend the amendment, which stands in the name of the leader and myself, but also commend the motion before us at the present time.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much. Just a few points to help guide this review. I support the Liberal Democrat amendment. I think that the PIP amendment is well-intentioned, and I definitely remember the Ken Livingstone case from London. There were several cases involving Ken Livingstone, some of which are unrepeatable here, but I definitely remember this one. And I think, as the leader has outlined, I think it's just one layer of bureaucracy too much, but I understand the points behind it. I wanted to try and help bring colleagues back to some of the principles we've already agreed in this review. We did pass a motion talking about debate, not hate, and those principles put forward by Councillor Oliver, seconded by Councillor Strudwick. And I would hope that this review going through GASC will make sure that those principles are at the heart of what we do. The second, which has been touched on, is when personal Facebook pages, personal social media pages, get into the realm of politics and get into the realm of political comments. That happens, but that is an incredibly grey area. And that, I think, is one for which we are going to need principles. If, for instance, I put on my Facebook page, the Labour Party is bad, or the Tories couldn't run a booze up in a brewery, or whatever, then that is a political comment on a personal page. Am I doing it in my councillor capacity? Am I doing it as an individual? We have to be clear on that, because otherwise there is a grey area that is ripe for challenge and, frankly, ripe for various standards boards to have a look at. I would recommend the approach of a local Facebook group, which I'm occasionally go on, which is called Baffins and Milton Talks. And it says, Rule 7, political conventions and debates. Please refrain from having political conversations within this group. Alerting people to local issues and communicating with others about local matters is fine, but without any clear political agenda or comments. Councillors are able to post community updates from a personal account, which I do. Also refrain from mentioning political parties as much as possible. I don't think those are bad rules that we should go with. I'm very interested to see in future if we ever have any stuff around national political issues on there, because that's clearly barred under those rules. But I think a reasonable start, highlighting the principles we've already agreed at full council around debate, not hate, trying to navigate our way through personal Facebook pages that have political comments, as Councillor Bosher has rightly outlined, and also trying to work through what other groups may have as their rules, would guide us in this review, which rightly has to be done through GASC. I hope you don't mind me offering up those three points, my Lord Mayor. I hope it helps, because we want to get this review right, and we want to try and make sure that as few of us as possible land in as much hot water as possible. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I only really want to say something short, and I can understand why Charlotte does have concerns, because, you know, I am on social media. I don't have a councillor profile. I try and be as active as possible on social media. And as someone who has residents contact me on Christmas Day, New Year's Day, sometimes 12 o'clock in the evening, residents don't understand the distinction, I think, the difference between when we're a councillor and when we're not. Because let's be honest, we all keep very odd hours. You know, this is a full-time job. We don't get paid for a full-time role, but this is a full-time role that we do throughout the day, in the evening as well. And people don't understand that it's not like we go, no, that's it, you know, 5 o'clock's done, I'm not doing my councillor role anymore. We know that's not the case, because we get residents who contact us at all hours of the day. So I do understand why you have those concerns. I mean, my son sat up there in the chamber. He's unfortunately been at the end of some rather abusive comments when I've been in the street, particularly recently with things going on social media. It's not pleasant to have your child shouted and screamed at, being called a race traitor when you're walking down the road. It's that kind of stuff. So I can understand the concerns, why this has been brought here. But I don't know how we can go forward with this, because obviously people want a clear distinction. I don't know how we can do that. I do think the best process is to send it to GAS so we can have these discussions across party. But I think it's just worth putting it out there that members of the public don't see us as, you know, councillor for a certain amount of time during the day. They just see us, they've elected us, they know, they've gone out and voted for us, they've elected us, they expect us to do this role whenever they need us to do this role, and there's not this clear-cut time that, no, I'm not a councillor now, I'm an individual. So, and that's why people get so upset, I think, sometimes. So I think it's just, I just wanted to put that out, that I think we should acknowledge that people don't see the distinction, that, you know, that's it, I'm speaking as a councillor or as an individual, but I just thought it was worth mentioning that.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor George Madgwick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'm not in favour of this motion, as won't come as any surprise. I think Labour will control open dialogue and make it hard to allow debates and free speech on social media. And I think we all know that this motion's on the paperwork. Let's not kid around here, because I have interest in social media presence where I openly speak my mind and I wear my heart on my sleeve. And sometimes you disagree with it, sometimes you don't, but that's your right. But, you know, I can say what I kind of want and feel, and then it's up to my residents to judge whether that's acceptable or not and to re-elect me. Now, I think it's interesting because obviously in the references that you provided, it does reference social media policies and WhatsApp groups and Facebook pages and all this kind of stuff. And it does, you're correct, have a reference from LGA who say admins of groups on social media are legally responsible for the content within that group. If an admin fails to moderate content, they may be defined as breaching code of conduct in local government and could be held for libel or defamation. Which is interesting. It's interesting, isn't it? Because admins can be held liable for the conversations that happen. And obviously, Charlotte Gerrard has said there at the start that people should think before we speak. And Mary said in her speech, words hurt, words matters. Is that correct? Perfect, because the other day we were handed 500 screenshots of a WhatsApp group that the Labour Party hold. And in these conversations, which I believe have been given to the news as well, we have got Charlotte speaking negatively about Councillor Candlish and Councillor Winnington, calling them lazy, that they need hard work. We've also got Charlotte suggesting that the Liberal Party have been very racist indeed. We have Shah saying that residents have committed crimes for speaking their voice. And Tom Coles, which I'm very disappointed in, who you may or may not know is a relative of one of our candidates, Jacob Short. And when Jacob Short lost, somebody said in your group chat, short by name, short on votes. And Tom thought that was hilarious. And Tom responded saying, we found out during the local elections that I'm his second cousin. I can only but apologise. That's disappointing, Tom. That's bullying and not treating people with respect. And I hope you apologise to Jacob for that. There's so many WhatsApp conversations on here where you've referred to Lee Hunt by changing the letter of his surname. You can imagine what that is going to be. Yep, seriously, I've got it here. I can show you, Councillor Hunt. And we have got you providing GDRP regulations where you've disclosed people of Portsmouth's address to 143 of your members. We have got so much stuff. We have got you calling residents. Actually, one of your party members spoke up against you, okay? One of them spoke up against you and challenged you for the words you were using in relation to the protest, calling people thugs and fascists. And one of your members responded, correct, they're not fascist, they're terrorists. None of you challenged that. Now, the admins in that group are Charlotte Gerarda, the MP Amanda Martin, and Stephen Morgan MP. None of you challenged this kind of conversation. One of your group even suggested that one of the Liberal Democrat members have allegations of sexual assault on a group of 143 people. You've also stated, one of your members also admitted to insulting and screaming at Jacob Shaw and 3 of his members, which, by the way, are underage, they're children, accusing them of being racist scumbags in the middle of the street and screamed at them, which Jacob was really upset about. None of you spoke up against this. So Labour, I know you like to be mightier than thou or holier than thou, whatever the saying is, but you need to reflect. And I'm really disappointed. And I'm so disappointed in this stuff. Really, I am. So Charlotte, when you close up your speech, and if anybody wants to read these, I won't put them out to the public because it's not proper, but if any councillors in this room want to read them, they are here. And Charlotte, in your closing speech, I don't want to hear any virtue signalling rubbish. What I want to hear is an apology for the way you spoke about our party, their members, Tory party, and I want a promise from you that you'll go through this group chat. You can sit with me now if you want and go through the things, and you will get these members, you'll reprimand them, you'll apologise, and you'll fix this, Charlotte. You're the leader of a party, you're in this group, you're an admin, you've allowed this to happen. It's not good, okay? And I will sit with you and go through it, and I hope that you suspend these members and you take action.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, George. I will offer an apology to Jacob. Sorry, mate. Sometimes I say things impulsively off the cuff, and that's what's happened in that case. As for the content of those groups, I don't really interact with them much. I know, sorry, Labour. But I can only apologise for my words towards Jacob in that case. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Coles. I'll now ask Councillor Gerarda to sum up and confirm whether she wishes to subsume any of the amendments. Councillor Gerarda.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We're happy to subsume the Lib Dem amendment. Thank you for that. We agree that it sounds like it's best going to GASC, so we're happy to take that amendment on and, for that to go to that particular committee. So we're happy to accept that one. We won't accept the HIP amendment. I think the Lib Dem one is stronger and more relevant. I'll start with, obviously, Councillor George Madwick. I appreciate you've brought evidence here today and you're making a claim about something that you've seen. I'm not 100% sure exactly what WhatsApp group you're talking about. Okay, yeah, I'll come and have a look at what you've got there. And obviously, I can't comment on what you're talking about until I've seen the WhatsApp group that you're actually talking about. So I will absolutely come and look at what's there. And obviously, if there's anything that's been said that's untoward or if any action needs to be taken, of course, that's something that we would look into. It goes without saying that there are a lot of WhatsApp groups, and like Councillor Coles, I am not looking at every WhatsApp group that I'm a member of. If I did, I wouldn't get anything done. And as many of you know, I've got a full-time job and a baby, so most of my time is not spent in WhatsApp groups commenting and looking in there. So, okay, well, I'm happy to look through that with you, Councillor Madrick. In terms of what's been raised about limiting freedom of speech and controlling freedom of speech, is absolutely not about that. This is meant to be a policy that goes in two directions. So it's about, you know, protecting councillors when there is abuse, and I thank Councillor Barrett for sharing, obviously, what's happened in relation to her experience and with her son. This is about having clear guidelines in place if we are subject to abuse, but also if, you know, there are things that are said online that, as Councillor Hunt made the point, bring the council into disrepute, then obviously that's something that we need to be held to account for. And this is only meant to be a review, basically. So we may decide by the end of all of this, when it comes back to full council, that, you know, we don't need to adopt a social media policy. But from our research that we did, we just saw that a lot of councils either have social policy embedded in their code of conduct, or they have a separate social media policy. So, yeah, we just thought it'd be worth looking into what we currently do, looking at what other councils do, and seeing if we can strengthen current policies and guidelines. Yeah, so I think that's everything. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Okay, so let's be clear now. So the amendment proposed by Councillor Pitt and Councillor Mason has been accepted by Councillor Gerarda. So we have one amendment that has not been, so we need to take that first of all. That's the amendment by Councillor Bryan and George Madgwick. So can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour of that particular amendment, please show. Those against? So that is lost. So we move on to the substantive. All those members in favour, please show. Again, I think that's unanimous. Double checking though. Any against? So that is carried. Thank you. We move on to motion D, increase in the single cap bus fare from £2 to £3, proposed by Councillor Peter Candlish and seconded by Councillor Lee Hunt. Councillor Candlish and Councillor Hunt, can you just confirm that you're still happy to put that forward? Councillor Candlish?
I am, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hunt?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Then can I ask Councillor Candlish, can you please speak to and address your motion? Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Cabinet Member for Transport, my job is to make getting around the city safer, easier, greener, and I also believe it should be cheaper as well. And I'm delighted to say that this Lib Dem administration has been making good progress in doing just that. Steadily putting in safer road crossings, investing to speed up busy road junctions, and promoting practical and sustainable alternatives to expensive-to-run single-use cars. But as this notice of motion makes clear, increasing bus usage is a key part of this plan. And why is that? Well, as colleagues will know, buses are among the best value for money urban transport systems going. Affordable, accessible, green and democratic, they're exactly what we should be supporting. And this administration certainly does. Buses are a key element of the Council's transport strategy, and the good news is that things are going well on the buses here. Portsmouth is the #1 city in the country for getting bus usage back to pre-COVID levels. And by listening to what the public wants from its buses, we have obtained and then used, or started to use, a bus services improvement grant to improve bus services across the city. As a result, our bus ridership is up 20% this year, and with nearly 12 million bus rides made. However, a fundamental underpinning to the success has been the £2 single fare. Price really matters to many bus users. The £2 fare not only kept the cost down for several low-income groups that I will come back to speak about shortly, it's also been the key to generating trial and retrial of the buses by those people who abandoned them during COVID. If we're to tackle congestion, parking, air quality and pollution issues in this city, we have to get people back on the bus. And that's why, for me, the decision of the Labour government to increase the price of a single cap fare from £2 to £3 is such a backward strategic step. I really do feel in this that Portsmouth has been let down by Labour. Let's look at some of the groups of bus users who have been most affected. Factory workers taking the bus to work every day could end up paying an extra £40 a month from this change. That's a lot from an already small income. For an office worker who commutes on an average salary of £35,000, this kind of rise is the equivalent of a penny on income tax. It's a hidden tax. If this is not a bus tax on working people, I really don't know what is. I also feel that students and young adults have been let down by Labour. They often have to live on very small budgets and they rely on the bus to get about town. I'm very pleased that we introduced an under-19 fare for all those going to college, but there are those people just after that age who are going to be very badly affected. Putting up bus fares only adds to the challenges young people face. But there are other groups who are indirectly affected by what I think is a foolish move to a £3 single ticket. Green and environmental groups should certainly feel let down by Labour. Buses, especially the new electric buses we are introducing, significantly reduce overall tailpipe and carbon emissions, giving our city cleaner air to breathe and cost-effectively contributing to achieving net zero goals. This benefits everyone, but especially those with asthma or other respiratory issues. Then there are high street reelers. They need buses to bring shoppers to them. Then there are small business owners who need buses to bring their workers to them. Putting the bus prices up from £2 to £3, this is certainly not a recipe for economic growth. To govern is to choose, as is often said, and we're seeing here how Labour's choices in government are now playing out for ordinary people. Over the summer, many felt that Labour had made a mistake in not abolishing the two-child benefit cap, widely seen by charities as the quickest and most effective way of reducing child poverty. At the last full council, Councillor Heaney, I believe, acknowledged that the government had made a mistake in cutting the winter fuel allowance from just about managing pensioners, a decision widely seen as ill-judged and poorly thought through. Old people have been let down by Labour. Now workers, commuters, environmental groups and small businesses have been let down by Labour too. I have to ask, who is left? My Lord Mayor, the decision to increase single bus fares from £2 to £3, especially in a crowded city like Portsmouth, is cut from the same cloth as the cuts in winter fuel allowances, a top-down, one-size-fits-all strategic error made by a government that is not really demonstrating either care or competence. The evidence for this is what other Labour-controlled places have done in local government. London and Manchester, who control their own fares, have retained the £2. I wrote, well before the budget, alongside my colleague from Labour-run Southampton, because we were worried at the time the price was going to go up from £2 to £2.50. Imagine our horror when we found it was going to go to £3. I believe the Labour government has made another major mistake here in putting bus prices up, and this council should ask them to be humble enough to accept that they've made an error and to reverse that decision. There is still time. The fare will not go up to £3 until January 25, and therefore I would ask this council to support this motion and ask for the move from £3 to £2 to be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been notified of one amendment. This is an amendment from Councillor Graham Heaney and seconded by Councillor Charlotte Gerarda. I have no other amendments, so can I ask Councillor Heaney and Councillor Gerarda, happy with your amendments?
Yes, Lord Mayor, the amendment in my name.
Happy to formally second and reserve my right to speak.
On that basis, can I ask Councillor Heaney, can you speak to your amendment, please?
Can I let it be
Distributed.
so that
Yep,
we
sorry.
can actually have a look?
Okay.
That's fairly simple.
stage we did a little bit of pipe background music, couldn't we? Just a little bit, some nice ambience while we do.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah. I'm beginning to feel that this is going to be the pattern for every council meeting, that there'll be an amendment, there'll be a motion from the Liberal Democrats condemning the Labour government for doing X, Y or Z. I'm maybe even wondering whether they'll be shameless enough to put forward a motion to a future council meeting saying the Labour government should remove the increase in tuition fees. And I'll look forward to that one should it come. Can I just say about the, well, this is not the debate for today, I'm just making it right. The issue of the bus fares is quite an interesting one. Councillor Candish made a lot about the impact of the £1 increase in fares, but it's important to recognise, and the bus strategy actually says this. I quoted this direct from the bus strategy, and that's what the change in 8 says. This comes from the BSIP. It said, in April 24, it said that the DfT bus fare cap has been agreed to run until December 24. No government support for continuing the scheme has been announced at the time. That was in April. Subsequent changes will depend on government policy, and it talks about anticipating fare levels returning to those comparable to 2019 June 2025. Now, we may argue about the extent of the problems that an incoming government had in relation to the budget, but nobody is saying that there wasn't going to be serious problems for whatever government came in with the budget. The IFS quite clearly pointed that out to all three political parties at the pre-election period. So it was clear that there was no guarantee that that would actually happen. But what the government has done, it has said that they are going to keep a cap because obviously they don't want to see a cliff edge. Now, I'm sure we would all like it to have been continued at the same level. But given all the pressures that we have been talking about, and we've been talking about some of those earlier today, can we do every single thing that is necessary? But unfortunately not. And maybe I'll come back to talk in this council about some of the things this administration does or doesn't do in its choices about who gets or does not get things. But we'll leave that for a future. We'll leave that for a future meeting. So to have a cap is better than having no cap. It would be nicer if it was kept at the same level, but at least it is actually set at a level obviously a bit higher than it was before. Let me just say a bit about the funding of the BSIP. I mean, the BSIP came about as a result of the Conservative government. But I just want to go back into a little bit of history as well about what was happening to bus transport earlier. If you review what happened to bus transport, this is from the Campaign for Better Transport, 2015, November. The Buses in Crisis report shows that since 2010, £78 million has been axed from local authority bus funding in England and Wales, resulting in over 2,400 bus services being reduced, altered or withdrawn. 63% of local authorities in England and Wales have cut funding for bus services in 2015-16, 40% reducing services entirely. We have a Transport Times. No luck with local government and local transport budgets. In county after county, cuts in rural bus services have been severe. This is 2015. We have a legacy. People say, oh yeah, I'm a historian. What happened in the past influences the future. What has happened in the past constrains and sometimes prevents you doing things that you would like to do in the future. That history is important. The Conservative government actually did increase bus funding and took it back to levels that were getting near to pre-COVID levels. And actually, the Conservative government gave City Council the money to fund buses. It says here, this is from the, again, the Campaign for Better Transport. It says, looking at the BSIPs, 12 councils received £50 per head, 15 councils got £6 per head. At the top end, Portsmouth City Council received £235.76 per head in government bus funding. That is amazing. That's why we've been able to increase services. That's why we've been able to invest in electric buses. And the argument that the fares are the only thing that matters when it comes to bus service is wrong. If you don't have a bus service at 7:30 in the morning to get you to work, it doesn't matter what the fare is, you won't get there. You need the bus services, and the companies have been very reluctant to loss lead because it costs them money. It's only because we've had BSIP, we've been able to bring late night, early morning services, Christmas Day services, all of that has helped. That is the important thing. And I think the administration needs to give some consideration to what will happen when that money comes to an end, because we hope it will have developed enough a momentum to fund services from commercial loans, but it does need to be thought about. And the claim in the motion that this is going to be, the end of bus services as we know it, I think is wrong, because the evidence hasn't been collected. I'm asking in this amendment that the Cabinet member actually undertake an impact assessment. We were talking about impact and that yesterday when we were talking about bus lanes, and it's important to have evidence. So let's have an impact assessment to see what has happened. And it says there that we ask the Cabinet member for Transport, once the evidence has been gathered, for the Cabinet member to decide on a course of action depending on the outcome. So let's see if the fares thing is actually the most important thing. Because if there's a reduction in services when BSIP comes to an end, that is also an important issue. So I think the amendment should be accepted because, one, the first one is a factual statement about the BSIP situation, and the second one is asking the Cabinet member to do a proper review of the impact, rather than just assert that this is going to be the end of bus services as we know it.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Councillor Lee Hunt.
No, members, the amendment should not be accepted. This is Labour again, wriggling out of responsibility, or at least attempting to. So I'm not having any more of them today. I've heard enough from this group. I must say I am very proud of my name. It's playground politics. I know Mr. Bolf is listening carefully. It's playground politics. It used to happen to me when I was at school, by school children, and to hear that being repeated again today by what is supposed to be a major political party is incredibly sad. But I'll round up at the end of this. Lord Mayor, up and down the country in local by-elections, voters are handing Labour candidates a one-way ticket out of office. Swings of 30% to anyone but Labour. Lord Mayor, yesterday I went to visit a retirement home to have tea with residents, and all of them are dumbfounded by Labour's decision to target pensioners and working people to fill the so-called Tory black hole. Many families have been hit by a triple whammy. This is the government, this is the policies that you are supporting. The reckless decision to take away the winter fuel payment, ill-thought-through rise in employer national insurance, loading more costs onto GPs and health provision, and care costs. It's more expensive to employ people. And now this bad decision to add a 50% increase in capped bus fares from £2 to £3. And on top of all of this, there's the failure to raise income tax thresholds, dragging more lower-income families into paying tax when they can ill afford it. And now the Labour Party, Lord Mayor, yes, the Labour Party want to tax working people even when they get on the bus, 50% more than when the Tories didn't do this. Your party has done this, making it more expensive for working people to move around this city with its knock-on effects. You've only got to sit down, it's easy maths. 50% increase is £1 on a ticket day. So if a working person is going to on a bus 5 days a week, you're talking about £40 a month they've got to find extra on top of all the other things that your party has done to them since they've been elected. And that's without the hospital visits, going shopping and visiting friends. Lord Mayor, this bus fare tax could easily rocket up to £80 a month for those relying on buses. It is so arse about face. This is not what working people voted for. This is not what the last government invested so heavily into Portsmouth public transport for. This is not what the Green and the climate change lobby is expected. This is not what residents in our ward in Nelson, across Stanfield, Tipner, Buckland and North End wanted when they put their X by Amanda Martin's box, whether she replies to them or not. The notice of motion sets out all the good reasons why we must join with so many others to get this change. It is a change for the worse. It needs to be reversed. Portsmouth needs change for better, not change for the worse. And I'm finally going to finish. You, madam, should resign from your role as leader of the Labour group. What I've heard today is appalling. If it is true, of course, and I accept it all on face value, and we have today seen that the...
Councillor Hunt,
Yes,
sorry.
yes, in a moment, Lord
Councillor-
Mayor. It's
Councillor
affected me.
Hunt,
Yes, Lord Mayor.
please.
Yeah. The entrails of
Hang on.
hypocrisy...
Lee, please bear me a second. Councillor Gerard is trying to raise a point. Councillor Gerard, are you raising a point?
Point of order, Lord Mayor. He's making reference to things that I haven't seen. I've got no way of talking about because I haven't seen what he's referring to, and he's making accusations about me that could have a really detrimental impact on my reputation, and it's irrelevant to this item in motion. And I ask that he stop speaking on this right now.
No, I will not stop speaking on it. Thank you. That might be your controlling party, and that's what you people want. We've seen all the evidence of that so far. We have had a notice of motion, Lord Mayor, today, which exposes the hypocrisy of the Labour Party, and I will not be shut up by anybody. They refer to me in vile names.
Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Please, calm down, please. If I can ask you to stick... You're speaking to a motion or regarding bus fares, okay? I understand your concern in regard to what was raised by Councillor Madgwick earlier, but can I ask you to leave that out of this particular debate on this particular motion stroke amendment? Okay, if you have an issue, I'm sure you can speak to Councillor Gerarda afterwards, and you can speak to Councillor Madgwick to substantiate whether there was any truth in what's been raised earlier. But for the purposes of this debate, we're talking about bus fares, the potential raising the cap, so can you try and stick to that, please, Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor, for the advice. And I've seen some of this on social media about me from them before in any event. And what I would say is that there's hypocrisy running through the whole of these notices of motion today that they have brought forward. And there's hypocrisy in their policies. So I'm talking about policy now on bus fares. That's hypocritical. They did not put it in their manifesto before the election. They complained about us not talking to the government before it sets a budget. They didn't put this in their... I don't remember this being in their budget. Does anybody here? I don't think so. And I don't think they put the winter fuel allowance in their budget either. They didn't tell people they're going to drag them all up into the higher tax bands either. So it is hypocrisy. It runs through the Labour Party right now, and it's quite astonishing. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you for putting up with me.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Brian Madgwick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm usually quite controversial as well, aren't I, Lee? Basically, I just want to... I'm backing up Lee, and I'm backing up Peter as well. Throughout the months and months and months of pre-election, Rishi Sunak and the rest of the Conservative Party was hammering in to the country and hammering into Starmer and the rest of his cronies. You will be putting up taxes. And they said, we won't. Hundreds of times they said, we won't. What do you think the winter fuel payment, what do you think that is then to pensioners? It's a tax. They've taken the money away, so they've got more money off the pensioners. So they've got more taxing off the pensioners. What do you think the national insurance is with all the small businesses? They've got to pay more. They're getting more taxes in. They're getting more money in. They lied and lied and lied. Now here on the bus prices, they're doing exactly the same. And Mr Candlish, I wish you hadn't said it first, but you did say it's a penny on tax. I don't know it's a penny. But we're talking £35, £40 per person who uses buses regularly as a tax. As a tax. So they're putting up taxes, but they're hiding the way they're doing it. I didn't vote Labour, needless to say. But, are you surprised? Are you surprised? And I was brought up, I was born and bred Labour. I was brought up, my mum and dad would clip me round the ear now if they're still alive for not voting Labour. But, if something happens in your life, whatever it may be, and you can't change it, then accept it and get on and wish them the best. When Labour won that by a huge majority, I said, right, we've got to get behind them, whether we like them or not. For the sake of the country, we've got to get behind them and let's improve our country. How can you get behind that rabble of rubbish who have absolutely lied their way into power? And again, as Councillor Hunt and Councillor Candlish said, it's taxes. All these things they're doing, it'll be something else next week and the week after and the week after. They're putting up taxes in disguise and they're a disgrace. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brian Madgwick. Councillor Judith Smythe.
I want to return very strictly to this motion we're dealing with. I've not finding some of this at all helpful to us resolving this issue. To start with, this motion is talking about raising a cap. It's not talking about raising the bus fares. We are a small city, we rely on the buses. Our buses are fuller than a lot of people's, but in many areas, like some rural areas, the £3 may be something that's reasonable. Second thing, I just want to point out on paragraph 2, on paragraph 2, little 2, and on paragraph 3, but the next one, under the council believes that. I think what is written about elderly residents without access to a car and elderly residents earlier is frankly misleading. Most elderly people have bus passes, and I realise that there are restrictions on their use. But I think that is misleading, and I just wanted to place on record that I, for one, do use the buses a lot more, and I, for one, have a bus pass, and that won't be affected by this motion. I think it's misleading, Councillor Candlish, but it's just to note that. The other thing is, I think that doing a feasibility study with the particular circumstances in Portsmouth would be a sensible thing. We need to prove to all our residents that we know what we're talking about in detail, and that's the reason why I'll be supporting the motion to do a study to make sure that we know what we're talking about. I do feel absolute sympathy for people in their first jobs, for people who are disabled in some way, people who are earning very little, people who are on benefits. I do think in general we should be means testing, and so that they do get free bus services. I think on the other hand there are quite a few people, we don't know the numbers, it would help if we did, who could afford a cap. It's a cap, it's not the figure of £3. So I'll be supporting the amendment, but also the motion should at the end of the day. It is a serious matter, and of course we need to increase bus usage and help people who are economically disadvantaged with ability to travel for all kinds of purposes. But let's get rid of all these things that are not to do with the agenda and that are frankly going back on all we've said today about not being badly behaved and hateful in council.
Right, next have Councillor Darren Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Before I begin, I have to say I remember our Labour colleagues spending years criticising us and the Conservatives for what we did in government. Increasing tuition fees kept being mentioned often, as was austerity. I remember the motions, I remember the speeches. I sat there listening to it, and I said to Labour colleagues, it's not nice, it's not pleasant, but it is the price you pay for being in government. This party, this administration will agree with Labour when it does things that benefit the city. Indeed, we've done so today. And when it doesn't, we won't. So returning to the issue of buses, it's always been the Cinderella of public transport. Snobs hate them. Indeed, one Tory transport minister described bus users as dreadful human beings. I remember that one. Now, buses were deregulated, except in London, and privatised without any concern for passengers. Subject to gimmicks without anybody thinking things through. Councillor Smythe rightly mentioned the free bus pass earlier on. I am old enough to remember that Gordon Brown funded the free bus pass for 1 year and then passed on the tab to local councils without providing new burdens funding or without providing any additional money to pay for it. But if you get it right, as Councillor Candlish has pointed out, buses can improve the local economy, cut carbon emissions and reduce the congestion that blights so many of our city's roads. And so as a result, I will do something that even Tories are scared of doing, praise Rishi. Yes, as Chancellor, Rishi chose wisely and capped bus fares. But he's not the first person to do so. The Labour-run GLC did it in the 80s. Before the Tories and the courts stopped them. The first independent Mayor of London flooded the capital with buses and cut their fares. And I know that when we were first discussing this city's bus improvement programme, Councillor Vernon Jackson and I argued for that to happen here too. And actually in the BSIP programme, there are limits and caps for people on the lower incomes that exist. We believed that actually what you do, if you're going to increase bus usage, is to cap it and cut it for all, because that will encourage particularly the middle classes, particularly as people with money, onto buses. That happened in London, and it worked. and it's happening here. And that's why increasing the cap matters. Because we know if you provide more buses and make them affordable, more people will use them. And it actually is quite interesting to see what has happened under this administration, because bus usage has been transformed. Just to remind you, the fastest increase in post-pandemic bus usage in England, forget Hampshire, in England, journeys up 20% in the last year alone. 24-hour buses for the first time ever. More early morning and late evening services across the city. And at this stage, I do have to put a plug in for the boost in services to the 13-14 service in my own ward. This is something this council and this city should be proud of. And I want to pay particular tribute to Honorary Alderwoman Lynn Stagg here, because it is her belief that boosting buses was central to a greener, less congested city that has directly led to these record results. But these improvements are under threat. Now, it's not surprising that the last government set aside no money and had no plan for keeping the cap, because after all, it just seemed to be laying a trap for the next one. But what is surprising is that Labour didn't have a plan either. After all, the party had access to civil servants from last February, and we expect a Labour government to prioritise the least well-off in society. But on this occasion, no. And it is the least well-off. The shift workers, those who live paycheck to paycheck, those people looking for a job, who are going to suffer from what, as Councillor Brian Madrick rightly said, from this tax on them. And as someone who oversees where many of those people live, I cannot stand idly by while that happens. That's why I welcome this motion today. Our priorities have to be, all of us have to be, to fight for a better deal for this city, and I look forward to this continuing. And so I return to the cash. Now, as Mr Balfe, I was near to say Councillor Balfe, that was deeply worrying. And so, as Mr Balfe has rightly pointed out, thank you very much, Councillor Bosher. As Mr Balfe regularly says, if you're going to put something down, find out where the money lies. Find out where it goes. So I offer some constructive suggestions to the government, because as with temporary accommodation, there are things that can be done, but were not mentioned in the budget. Things that were actually mentioned in the Labour manifesto. So if I say the words carried interest, all but finance geeks, and probably most of them, would fall asleep. But for some people in our country, those in private equity firms, those words mean cash. Lots of it, in bonuses. Now, at the election, Labour's manifesto, indeed Labour's costings page of the manifesto, said it would tax it in line with the highest rate of income, raising £565 million. Yet what has happened? We've seen a lobbying from private equity companies, the sort of people who have made Thames Water the disaster area it is today, lobbied and lobbied. And so in the budget, Labour let them keep £245 million of that tax break, while bus users, many of whom are not well off, pay more. That's wrong, isn't it? Because just as the homeless and cash-strapped councils tear their hair out over temporary accommodation, so ordinary working people pay more for the bus whilst private equity companies keep their tax break. I hope, no, I expect better from a Labour government. Like Cinderella, buses have finally got to the bowl. In Portsmouth, we're making great strides to keep them there. What we do not want is our progress to be cut short by keeping private equity firms happy. I hope this government finds it in their heart to think the same. Thank you, my Lord.
Councillor Matthew Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Heaney for a great idea for a future motion, Labour and tuition fees. Now, Labour has got no kudos with me about tuition fees since I was the first year to pay them, introduced by Labour. And of course, in 2002, so that was 1998, 2002 and now 2025, on their roll of shame on putting up tuition fees. Including, of course, 2002, where they actually said in their manifesto, if you want a real thing, Councillor Madgwick, they said in their manifesto, we will legislate to stop top-up fees. Legislate to stop. And then what did they do? Within a year, they overturned their own manifesto commitments with a massive majority in the Commons. They didn't even have an excuse of the coalition, or a coalition, to do it. And yes, so we come to a similar rise. Indeed, a 50% rise in something, which is the bus fare cap.
Sorry,
Now,
Councillor Winnington, sorry. Councillor Smythe, are you indicating a point of order?
Order, we're completely off the agenda again, Chair.
What? With all reference, please. Yeah, first of all, I'll need a point of order, but it's too late now. You've already spoken. Councillor Willington, note what Councillor Smythe has said. Try and stick to the issue about buses.
Yeah. Sorry, my Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor, I believe it is standard practice in this chamber that if an issue is brought up by someone previously speaking, that we are able to speak to. And it was just an aside, just to give a bit of a flavour to the kind of thing that Labour has a history of doing. So I'm going to talk about a history of what Labour's had in terms of transport. Because let's be quite honest, Labour has not got a good reputation when it comes to transport in the last government. Because when Labour were last in government, they had a...
Councillor Willington, bear with me. Councillor Smythe, this is a point of order. I need the exact point of order, please.
Can somebody help me, please? The point of order is that one of the best transport systems we have in the country is run by Andy Burnham.
What's the point of order, Councillor Smythe? If you don't have one, I must ask you to sit down. You need to give me a point of order.
Could somebody help?
You haven't given one.
It's on the green sheet.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Point of order 39. And yes, so point of order 39 on the green sheet. Thank you very much. I'm sorry not to have had that. The point of order is that, in fact, the councils with the best reputation on transport are London, which is run by Labour, and also Manchester is that point of order. And that also our amendment doesn't seek to do anything but to support the bus service.
That's just, I don't think it's your amendment, Councillor Smythe, as you're not actually in the Labour group. But either way, back to you, Councillor Willington.
My Lord Mayor, I wonder if I could indulge you and ask for my time to start again.
I'll give you about 40 seconds. Carry on. I don't give you another 6 minutes.
As I was saying, so we in Portsmouth have had a history of Labour letting us down in terms of our transport things. So we go back to the Labour government who had these wonderful ideas about having rapid transport schemes. Now, Portsmouth was on the road to get one, as was Liverpool. Now, of course, Liverpool, which is where I was a student, where I had to pay those lovely fees, Councillor Heaney, was a place that had also been promised a rapid transport system, which was then unceremoniously cancelled by the Labour government back in the early noughties. Now, one of the interesting things about Liverpool at that time was, of course, it was run by the Liberal Democrats. You might think that this might be a bit of a thing about, maybe it's about why did they invest into Manchester's system, as Councillor Smythe has quite rightly said, because, of course, it was run by the Labour Party. Now, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Perhaps it is because the Labour Party is looking out for its own and not for elsewhere. And so we come to this current situation. So the two places in the country that have absolute control over their cap of buses are run by Labour. And of course, Labour, and I don't understand why the National Labour Party cannot learn from its local people. Because if it's good enough for London and it's good enough for Greater Manchester, why is it not good enough for the whole of the United Kingdom, for the whole of, I think, England, because we have control. This is an English thing. So it is something that makes no sense. And we put it in the context as well. Labour have talked a lot, and they did a lot of work in the upcoming of the election of doing their green credentials. But what did they do in the budgets? They put this up by 50%. 50% rise. And yet what did they do with the fuel escalator? They froze it again. They didn't put it up by 1%. They froze it yet again, which the Conservatives have done for the last umpteen years. But that could have also brought in income as well. And of course, who does that benefit more? That benefits people who can afford to run a car. People who can't afford to run the car, who are respondent to public transport, are having to stick with that. So it's one of these things where Labour has made a choice. Now, going back to the some points that have been made earlier, the Labour Party, the members of the Labour Party, obviously apart from Councillor Heaney, none of you have been councillors while Labour have been in government. And indeed, none of you, none of the Labour councillors in this room were councillors when the Liberal Democrats were in government. But you've all been councillors in this room when the Conservatives have been in government. And so therefore you all understand, you've all seen and probably taken great pleasure in people taking hits when they're in government and they have to defend the record of the government. Councillor Heaney is quite right. This is going to continue to happen because unless the Labour government starts to actually really deliver on a lot of its promises and really deliver on things that deliver for working people, as they kept loving to say in the lead up to the election, they are going to keep getting motions at this council, and indeed they are going to be held to account here and in Parliament by Liberal Democrats, by Conservatives.
Councillor Wellington, can I say I've given you an extra minute. Can you try and wind up, please?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So it's something that this motion is really important. This motion is something that that shows that Labour have made poor choices. Again, what I'm seeming to get from the Labour group here is that they are siding more with the national government than for the people of Portsmouth. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
We now have Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just firstly, a quick aside before getting to the kind of points I wanted to make. I think we're, as a council chamber and as a group of councillors, at slight risk of descending into the kind of Punch and Judy politics that are probably the worst of this chamber. And I mean, when I first got elected, this kind of typified every meeting when there were certain characters in the room and certain politics and all the rest of it. And it didn't make it very enjoyable for lots of us, but also I think for people looking in, it wasn't what people expected and it didn't shine a good light on the work we're doing. So just, I guess, a quick reminder to, I know things get emotive, and particularly when there's accusations and all the rest of it flying away around, but just a quick reminder to try and, as much as possible, focus on the issues and the policies and keep things as civil as possible. In terms of the motion, I agree with the motion. I think the cap on the fares should have been kept. I think it's really important that we encourage people to use public transport, and obviously a key driver of to do that is to make it as affordable for people as possible. And we know, of course, that many people that use buses are typically people maybe that can't afford other types of transport. So it's going to particularly and disproportionately hit them in their pocket when there are increases in fares. Just a point I want to make, it might sound slightly technocratic, but I do want to make it because something I believe quite passionately in is kind of political literacy, but also economic literacy. Do you know what I mean? Giving people the tools and the knowledge that they need to actually understand what's going on in the world around them. So I think it's important that those of us then in positions of kind of influence or power or politics don't misrepresent things. And I think by referring to it as a tax, it may just kind of lead people to misinterpret what's actually happening, because it was and it is a subsidy. The level of subsidy is changing, and I think it would just probably help people's understanding of what's really going on if we kind of kept to that language. Again, apologies, slightly technocratic, but I think if we, I know a tax sounds good because it sounds good on leaflets and it sounds good in headlines, but it's not entirely correct in terms of what's happening. But I think taxes are important, and actually taxes are the way forward. There are actual taxes in terms of funding things like public transport. And I'll say to Labour government, I said to previous governments, say to kind of everyone listening, that there are taxes out there that we can implement on a national scale, which will bring about the kind of money that we need to fund public transport and other public services, and not affect working people, as the phrase goes, in terms of their day-to-day budgets. And there's taxes on the richest and the wealthiest people in society, the kind of people that can afford to contribute a little bit more to make the whole country better for everyone else. And that's where we should be looking. We do also need more control of fares, and I'll say that as a local thing. It would be good for us locally to have control of fares, and I'm definitely not an expert on it. There's people in the room that know much more about it than me. But my understanding of the Labour government's policy agenda around franchising was to encourage local authorities to pursue franchising, which would in turn give them local control over fares, as happens in other parts of the country. So I guess I would just put out a question, if it's possible to be covered off at all in brief in the summary response for the relevant Cabinet member, of whether that's something that is possible in Portsmouth and something that we can be looking to move towards.
Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm aware that when I spoke earlier this afternoon, I was quite cross. And I'm not going to apologise for it, but I do want to give it some context. If you're in the seat that I sit in, as leader of a local authority right now, this year, post a general election, and with still a lot of uncertainty going on, I can tell you that you don't get a lot of sleep at night, that you do get upset when you see people having to wait longer to get housed. You do get upset when you get emails from people telling you that they're now going to struggle to be able to afford to go to work because bus fares have increased. I do get upset when I get letters from charities telling me that the national insurance change is now pushing them into a point of insolvency, so the council won't even have the voluntary sector partners it relies on to deliver some of the services that local people value. I do get upset when I read that because of decisions made by the Labour government, that inflation is likely to stay 0.5% higher in the short to medium term, which is directly going to impact on working families and is, to all intents and purposes, a tax by any other name. I do get upset when interest rates are likely to remain higher for exactly the same reasons. I also get upset when I hear that the Labour government, and I say this as a former publican who spent 30 years in the licence trade, has spent £85 million knocking a penny off a pint that won't come off a pint because they've raised employers' national insurance contributions, so the pint's going to go up anyway. Now, as a former publican, I was always really excited if it meant that there weren't going to be duty rises or if it meant there was going to be a reduction in duty. But that was when I was in the trade and the pint was £2.50, £3. It's over £4, £5, £6 now for a pint, but we had the comedy of the Chancellor of the Exchequer stood on her feet celebrating, oh, we're going to cut draft beer duty by 85 by one penny at a cost of £85 million. So Councillor Graham Heaney asked earlier on, can we do everything? My answer to you, Graham, is you're not doing anything. It's not that you're trying to do everything, you're not doing anything. There's not enough going on to make a difference. You didn't inherit a country that you can say, it's all right. I know that everyone's on life support, but we're just going to leave you there for a while longer while we figure out how to fix this. You have 14 years to come up with policies to figure out how to fix this. You needed to hit the ground running. I'm not saying any of that to make a political point. It's how I genuinely feel every single day when I get out of bed and I come into this council in the desperate hope that we won't have to continue to reduce services that local people value, that we won't have to tolerate hundreds of extra people in temporary accommodation, that we won't have to listen to charities coming to us. And the irony here, Lord Mayor, is that Connor's Toy Library, who the Labour group have pleaded for, have just had their tax bill go up, and that's going to make their situation even worse. We haven't had a notice of motion on that today, have we? I expect to see one once the 6 months are all up, lobbying the Labour government to reverse the national insurance tax on charities. So does it matter that this isn't a tax, but it's a cap? No, it doesn't actually. Because to the man or woman on the street, it hits their pocket, and that's what matters. It's not whether the government can airbrush away the fact that we said, oh, we weren't going to increase taxes for working people, and we haven't. Yes, you have. You've increased the burden on local people. It doesn't matter whether it's spelt TAX or whether it's spelt some other way. People are feeling worse off, and they were desperate to be helped. I'm old enough to remember 1997. When the Conservative government was swept out of power by New Labour. Never a massive fan of Labour, but even I had a tear in my eye that night that I finally didn't have to live in this country under a Conservative government anymore. They let me down then over Iraq. They're letting me down again now when, as a leader of a local authority, I feel disempowered to help the people that you allegedly care the most about because you're not listening. So go home with one thing this evening. 85 million more people could have had a bus trip for £2 instead of £3 if your Chancellor hadn't stood up and thrown away a penny on a pint that made absolutely no difference whatsoever to anybody. So there are choices to be made, and when you say, can we do everything, you're not even doing anything.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Lord Mayor, very quick intervention, just to say people have used the example of London as an example of how buses could run. The difference between us and London is the subsidy that London public transport gets is on average 11 times what everybody else gets. So those of us who are taxpayers outside of London pour money into subsidising buses in London. It'd be lovely if the same could happen with us and we got the same level of subsidy.
Thank you. Councillor Candlish, I've no other speakers, so can I ask you to reply? First of all, confirm whether or not you're happy to subsume the amendment that's come from Councillor Heaney and Councillor Gerarda, or if you're not, please make that clear, and then we will move to the vote or votes. Councillor Candlish.
My Lord Mayor, I've listened to the lively debates that we've had around this issue, and I am not minded to subsume the Labour amendment. My apologies. It's another public hire moment for those who were here yesterday.
Okay, so you said your bit there. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, were you?
My apologies. My inexperience in my Lord Mayor, I would beg some latitude here. My inexperience as being a proposer of motions appears to have let me down. That was my moment for making a summation. I thought there was another step involved. I am not a historian. My background was first of all in economics, then in marketing, and then in business. I am much more interested in the future than I am in the past. And if I respond to the issues that I see in front of me, that's the lens through which I look through these decisions. There are many people who spoke in this matter, and I'm only going to pick out a few of them. To Councillor Heaney, I did say that other investments were being alongside, and in fact my whole point was we have a £48 million grant to improve bus services. We are doing lots of really good things for the bus service, but price is a key element of that and a key underpinning. So we're actually reducing the effectiveness of all those other investments by doing this. To Councillor Smythe, the reference to old people, I will take some critique that I raised other issues like the winter fuel allowances, which I thought were illustrative but not directly related to the substance of the motion. But if you look, my words were related to the old people and the winter fuel allowance, not specifically to their bus piece. The essence of the issue here is that the price is going from £2 to £3. You know, I do not need an impact assessment to tell me what the impact of that is going to be. It is going to be negative on bus users. Councillor Heaney asked me to be grateful for it only being a 50% increase. Well, that's an interesting perspective. To govern is to choose. There was no attempt here to differentiate between places where bus services could be most effective, like crowded urban centres like Portsmouth, where the value for the tax dollar, for the tax pound would go furthest. There was no attempt to understand the local nuance. I was asked about an impact statement. I don't recall seeing an impact statement for the proposal to go from £2 to £3 from the government either, but that is another matter. Although I think my Labour colleague in Southampton, who was also, like me, shocked when the price increase proposal came through at £3 rather than £2, he might also have been a little bit surprised. Finally, Councillor Corkery. He raised some very interesting thoughts about local control and what we can do about pricing. I can only react and say things about the things that I know about. At the moment, there are two models on the table, franchising and enhanced partnerships. We have the latter locally. Truthfully, my view is actually the governance behind these things matters less than the money that is put behind these things. So what really matters is where we put fares. And I think that Portsmouth, honestly, around the whole of the country, is probably the best place in the country to be putting money behind buses, keeping fares low, getting the most number of people to be able to ride those buses, and tackling those big problems that affect everyone in our city, that inhibit growth. The fact that you cannot move easily around the city is something we need to address. How can we address it? I have occasionally said that I am a cyclist. You know, I would love it if everyone cycled. It is not going to be the case that everyone is going to cycle. Most people want to be inside a vehicle. Most people drive at the moment. A bus is the best alternative we have to get many of those people out from cars onto something else, which gets them around the city, providing the costs are low, and helps the remaining people with the cars to move around the city faster. It is all better. Buses are better for Portsmouth, and this move goes against it. So I'm sorry, I'm not willing to take the amendment, and I will ask the Council to endorse the original motion.
Right, colleagues. So we now have, first of all, a vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Heaney and Councillor Gerarda. Can I ask all those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against? Right, that's clearly lost. We then move on to the substantive motion. All those in favour, please show. Those against? Okay, that is carried. So we are now at 5:30 nearly. I propose we take a 10-minute break. We've got several motions still to go through and a question. So, yes?
My Lord Mayor, my apologies. My baby's not well and I might have to go home and take her to A&E, so I'm going to leave at this point. So apologies, everyone.
Okay, perfectly understandable. Okay, so colleagues, so I'll say, can you come back in, I'll give you 12 minutes then. So be back at 20 to 6. Thank you. I'm back, okay. Very much indeed. Please be seated, members. Right. So we are now on motion E in the agenda. Nominations for Honorary Alderman proposed by Councillor Graham Heaney and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick. Councillor Heaney, can I ask you to, you're still happy to propose this motion, and Councillor Madgwick, you're still happy to second it?
Lord Mayor, yes, happy to propose the motion in my name.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
In which case, Councillor Heaney, can you please speak to your motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, as you all know, at the last meeting, the last special meeting, a number of members decided to abstain on the decision to confer the Honorary Alderman on a former member of the Council. Now, the reason we did this I'm not going to go into, but I think what came out of that was the sense in which I think a lot of members here may not have known about the history of the 2004 period and beyond, but I certainly did, and I certainly felt that I couldn't support that for very particular reasons, and I made it clear what those were to my group. I would rather not have been in a position where I was actually having to do that. I would rather have liked an opportunity to express my concerns fairly fully to relevant members so that they could then make a decision about whether what I had said was relevant, and they may have still gone ahead or they may not have done. But I think that's the problem I have. Because I've said here that the process for selecting nominees for honour is rather informal. And I have to say, having acted as leader last year, I was involved in a discussion about honorary aldermen, and I raised a question about whether we had now drifted almost without necessarily realising it into a situation where we were basically giving the honorary alderman role to anyone who happened to hit the qualifying period of 10 years. Although the qualifying period says you only qualify to be considered, it doesn't say you can be. And I said we should think a bit more carefully about this, because I don't think that we should just give it out like a end of term or end of season, end of period of office reward, because otherwise it almost makes it less valuable. It talks about eminent service. We haven't really sought to define that, and I think we may need to give some consideration to doing that. I did go back and look back and find out a bit more about the history of honorary aldermen. We had, back in 1980, a decision that the qualifying period would reduce from 18 years to 14 years. We then had a discussion in 2006, reducing it from 14 years to 10. I won't go into all of the detail. So the qualifying period has changed over time, and the part of that came out of a move by a number of councillors to make a former councillor honorary alderman by calling a special meeting, which you could do in those days. The special meeting was called, but the members decided to defer the decision for a review of actually how to decide on honorary alderman. That's when they went back to look at the years and reduced it from 14 to 10. So we haven't really done a review of the honorary alderman's position since then. And given that the criteria we have are relatively limited and it is a rather informal process, I wanted to suggest that we should ask the Chief Executive, in consultation with the group leaders, to review the current process and criteria. I was suggesting that the review should include a more formal process. So, for example, once a nominee is being considered by group leaders, I think it would be useful if all members were written to and said, this person is being considered, do you have any views? You may not. You may have some views which say, yeah, I think this is a really good idea. Or you may have some views which I'm not quite sure about this. I'm not suggesting we give people a massive amount of time, a week or so, but I'm suggesting that should be considered as part of the review. I also wanted to suggest that we include some assessment of the nominee and their record of service, because we talk about eminent service and we don't really define that. Other councils do. I'm not going to go through. I've looked at a number of different councils, London boroughs, district councils, unitary authorities. They have slightly different criteria for that, and I think it's worth considering whether we want to make it something special. I mean, some councils, for example, have specified not only that you should be good on your council service, but do council work in the community as a way of working out whether you are due this particular honour. Now, I'm not at this point suggesting any particular thing should be agreed, but I'm thinking it is time to have a look at it, because we haven't really done this review, as I say, since 2006. I think all councillors should be invited to submit a view on this matter, because I think we all probably have some views on it. As I said, when we're considering a member who's been long-standing, you know, people don't necessarily know about backgrounds or history, so you may want to know a bit more about what is happening with an individual. As again, I don't think this should become a bureaucratic process. I think it can be done reasonably straightforwardly. But I think it's worth the Chief Executive doing this, because I think that will allow the process to be cross-party, and I'm happy to share information that I have gleaned from the researches I've done on this matter. So I'm just hoping members would consider supporting a review and some considerations of some more formal criteria rather than the informal process we currently have.
Okay, so I've been notified of an amendment. An amendment has come from Councillor Pitt and seconded by Councillor Sanders. Gentlemen, can I ask you, can you confirm you're still happy to do that, and then we'll circulate it?
Happy to propose the amendment in my name, Lord Mayor.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Peter, can you please circulate the amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll say slightly more on this one than I did on the others, only because it's the third time this afternoon that we've had to amend something to send it to where it should be dealt with by the council and not in the council chamber at full council meetings. Ironically, some of the issues that are raised often by Councillor Heaney are about governance and about how we do things, and yet we're seeing all these notices and motions about governance in the wrong place. There's an irony there. They need to be, this needs to be considered by the Government Audit and Standards Committee. On the notice of motion and the bit behind it that Councillor Heaney didn't want to talk about, I'm not sure that having a different process will get a different outcome. Now, therefore, we seem to be looking at an awful lot of stuff that's about process and about governance, and it's not without importance, and I wouldn't pretend it wasn't. Certainly the notice of motion clarifying definitions of words under the Equality Act is an important thing for us to be doing, but it is still process. And then we've seen a more and more process this afternoon, and I'd like to contrast that with what we've done as a Liberal Democrat administration this afternoon, where we've asked people to consider the impact on working people of raising the bus cap, and we've talked about the housing crisis in the city. So my view of this notice of motion, which I'm happy to amend in the way that I've proposed, is that this council and the councillors on it need to be devoting all of their energies to supporting local people, Councillor Heaney, and not worried about whether or not a cross-party committee of councillors are going to spend a vast amount of time reviewing something that's actually worked absolutely fine for a very long time. And I'll tell you what went wrong on this occasion. The Chief Executive of the Council, at a group leaders meeting, asked the group leaders to consider a nomination. The group leaders, including your group leader, fed back to the Chief Executive that they were happy to support the nomination for Alderman. That actually happened. I was in the room with the other group leaders at the time. Now, obviously, you guys hadn't had an internal discussion in the way that you intended as by the process, which is not, it might be informal, but it's still the process, which is group leaders are asked, you go back and you have a discussion with the groups, and if there is any point of contention, that is fed back to the Chief Exec, and then the other groups can consider whether whoever it was that made the nomination still wishes to pursue that. It's worked absolutely fine for a very long time. So I don't mind that this goes to Government Audits and Standard, but we need to be realistic about what this council is devoting its time and energy to, and I do think that looking after vulnerable people and worrying about children with SEND and families who are stuck in temporary accommodation motion, and the huge amount of pressure on the council around children's and adult social care, etc., etc., I could go on for a very long time, I'm not going to, is more important and demands much more of my time as leader of the council than this. So I'm very happy to send it off to scrutiny where it belongs so that it doesn't occupy another minute of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Lee Hunt.
Lord Mayor, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know who writes this stuff for the Portsmouth Labour Party and recommends that it comes here on our agenda papers. I can only associate myself with things that the leaders have said. I mean, I'm speaking off the cuff here. This is making a mountain out of a molehill, wasting officers' time. And it seems to me that if this goes through, we're just bogging officers and councillors and the full council down in more red tape and bureaucracy over something that has little relevance to people's lives. If you went out of here and asked 99% of people wouldn't know what an alderman or an alderwoman or an older person is. They really wouldn't know. And when people out there are facing cost of living crisis, tax rises, you want to set up, I mean, gas. I mean, how many jobs have they been given today? Is it 3 so far? Is it 3? I mean, how on earth are they going to manage that? And it's no point if you turn around and say, well, actually, it's not going to cost very much money, because the committee has to be supported by an officer, it has to get legal advice, it has to write a report, and these guys, there's not enough of them already. And we're seeing over in Hampshire and in Winchester, people being offered money to leave their job because local government is running out of money, and you want to talk about honorary aldermans. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier on that we looked incompetent. I mean, you're looking ridiculous. And quite frankly, this arises out of the fact that you lost the last vote over Councillor Leo Madden. It was a silly thing to have done. You could have just gone on with it because he was going to get the alderman anyway, and you wouldn't look like the bitter and twisted party that you're turning into. I'm sorry, but that's the perception, certainly in this council, and some of you won't agree with me, I know, but you are looking bitter and twisted. I wouldn't say you're looking like the nasty party yet, but you're certainly looking bitter and twisted. There's a rule, isn't there? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's a good rule to go by. And the truth is, whether you become an alderman or not shouldn't be down to controlling in secret rooms and making secret deals behind closed doors, which is how this looks to me. It may not be your intention, but it looks like that to me. It looks like creating a process to look at this person, look at that person, decide behind closed doors who may or may not be an alderman. Me, it's baloney. I don't care. I don't want to be an alderman. I won't be an alderman. I don't want to be the Lord Mayor. When I go, my legacy, I'll look around and say, well, that's what I helped do. That's good enough for me. I don't want to be, and if I had my way, I'd get rid of it anyway, because I'm not sure what purpose it serves in modern society. As I say, the gift of being an alderman is within this council chamber here. The process is there. It does work. And if the council doesn't want a person to receive that honour, then they don't vote for it. I think it's 2/3 have to vote for it, isn't it, Lord Mayor? 2/3 have to vote for it. So it's never really failed yet. I can't see why it needs to be fixed, because it's not broke. The only thing that broke was your party vote last time around over Leo Madden, and I think you're really sore about it.
Councillor Simon Bowsher.
Unfortunately, I find myself on a similar sort of page. Yet again, this is getting severely worrying. I can see a lay down in a darkened room sometime, or maybe maybe it's age-related in that respect. Why are we trying to fix a system that already works, Lord Mayor? I mean, when I firstly read this notice of motion, my immediate conclusion was this is not about the process, this is all about the personality who received it at the last meeting. Because, just a quick look back, in the last couple of years, if you don't include former Councillor Madden, we've had 6 honorary aldermen. Rob New, Linda Symes, Lynn Stagg, Donna Jones, Frank Jonas and Rob Wood. I've got a feeling Luke Stubbs might fit in there, but Luke Stubbs fitting anywhere is a curio. But we've had 6. And in all of those 6, Councillor Heaney has voted. And at no point has he ever raised any concerns about the way the system has actually happened. Now, Councillor Hunt has always been consistent. He's always abstained. He doesn't... Because I can see what's going on. Yeah, but generally speaking, Councillor Hunt abstains. And that's not because it's anything to do with the personality. It's all to do, as far as he is concerned, if I understand it, about the position. But, I mean, we look at paragraph 2 to start with. The process for selecting nominees for honorary aldermen is rather informal, with political group leaders agreeing who to put forward. Wrong. That is a completely factually incorrect statement, Councillor Heaney. Groups nominate who they want to put forward for honorary aldermen in a lot of instances, and then it is put forward to the group leaders at a group leader meeting to say there is a member that wishes to be considered. And that's the point when you expect the group leaders to go back to their groups and counsel the opinion. The whole process is designed so that we don't create embarrassment for an individual to be discussed who isn't actually here because they won't be by the nature of the fact that they're being nominated. And that's the issue that we've actually got before us. Now, Councillor Pitt is totally correct. This came forward. Your leader agreed to it. There was an issue around freedom, and that was widely accepted. But your leader happily accepted it, which is why the name went forward. And then, blow me, the morning of the council meeting, I get an email from Councillor Heaney, who's dug out a report from 20 years ago, and he also tried to phone me, almost of a case of, we don't want anybody else to support him because I don't want to support him. And I suspect that this has got a lot to do with a personality clash between Councillor Heaney and Councillor Madden, if I'm brutally honest. But if you had an issue in 2004 when you were his deputy leader, why the heck did the Labour Party put Councillor Madden up for re-election as a Labour candidate at least once, possibly twice, I can't remember. But it's about service to the community. I look at it, and I didn't necessarily agree politically with Councillor Madden, but for somebody that did 30 plus years serving his residents deserves, at least in my opinion, a thank you. And that's how I look at it. I don't look at personal vendettas, Councillor Heaney. I don't look at political positions or anything else like that. I look at it purely from the point of view of, has that person served his community with distinction? And the fact that they keep re-electing him every single time says to me the most important thing is that the residents respect what he's actually doing for his community. And if anything, it's the residents' voice that are more important than something that you decided to dig out 20 years ago to justify why you couldn't. If you couldn't support him, you do what Councillor Hunt does and just quietly abstain. But we have these conversations when somebody brings them forward, and I can tell you quite openly there have been some that have come forward to group leaders' meetings, nominations from groups, that haven't actually made it onto the order paper to be considered for a variety of reasons. That happens. But this process, what you're looking to do, is completely wrong, in my opinion, and I totally agree. It is a total waste of council time. There are probably more important, more pressing things our residents are more interested in about something going back to tweak a system. Because I suspect that this is going to go back to governance and audit, and it's probably going to come out that same sausage machine after all the time that's been spent on it with exactly the same scenario. This has been set up, it works. Why are we looking to actually change it? And I suspect that there is more to this in the fact that you have an issue with former Councillor Madden than actually, and then you're actually looking to blame it on the process because you didn't get what you want. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Councillor George Madgwick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This will be a lot calmer than the last one. So obviously our group fully support Leo Madden. We weren't going to mention Leo Madden, but obviously now he's been brought up. I mean, our group fully supported him and his honorary aldermanship. For me, the reason I seconded this, and I just want to bring a different light to the conversation for kind of councillors of national parties in here, because when a honorary alderman suggestion comes up, obviously you guys are part of national parties that have got rich heritage and a lot of experience. So, for example, you know, Gerald Vernon Jackson has been leader here for a considerable amount of time. Simon Bosch has been a councillor for a lot of time. As independents, we don't have that luxury because we're new to the council. So from my side of things, the process isn't perfect. And let me explain why. When I first got elected, I was first a group leader, I was approached about an honorary alderman position. And I had no idea who this person was because I'm a newbie in council. I had no idea of their history. I had no idea of their service. I had no idea of any complaints or anything that kind of come forward. And this meant that kind of I had to take the opinions of others. And I was directed by a councillor to tell me that they think they're fantastic and it's a really good decision and they should support them. And then I had another councillor from another side call me and say, they're an awful person, they've done all these terrible things, don't support them. So hopefully you can understand that as a new councillor and as a new group, that means that the process isn't perfect. It is slightly flawed. And what would be really helpful for us is, and not just kind of the independent groups, but new councillors in this room, is that, and this is why I seconded this motion, because all I would like to see, especially as a group leader, is just a basic rundown of the councillor's history, because you cannot expect me as a group leader to understand 25 years of service of a history. It just can't happen. You can't expect new councillors to understand that as well. So yes, I do understand that the perception is this is another process, red tape, things like that. But currently, this way of electing honorary aldermen hasn't got any structure. It doesn't have any structure. It has, you know, I know obviously you go to group leaders are meant to go to the councillors and then come back. But there is no formal structure. And I would just really appreciate it if we had, when somebody come forward, especially a councillor that has not been serving during the term that I have served at least, just a bit of history on them, how long they served, what committees they stood on, what notable achievements they had, things like that that we can reference when we're making a decision. Because you've got to remember, when we give somebody an honorary aldermanship, we're giving them essentially a lifetime thing. You know, we're giving them a lifetime honour, and they do get access to some basic council services when they get that honorary aldermanship for the rest of their lives. And it's not something we can take away. This is a permanent decision. So I think that it's just, yeah, I said that's all my opinion is. I know obviously the discussion's been going on the first line of what Councillor Heaney and my motion says is that obviously about honorary, but it's not about that for me personally anyway. It's about just the process and having a bit more clarity. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madgwick. Councillor Heaney, you to sum up and confirm whether you're prepared to assume the amendment.
Yes, Lord, I'm very happy to accept the amendment, and in fact, I'm more than happy to take advice about where the most appropriate place for this is. If I had been advised that the motion should have gone to governance order, I would have been quite happy to withdraw it and take it elsewhere. I mean, just to say a couple of things about the issue. I mean, I haven't spelt out every single step of the process, but I haven't been inaccurate in saying that group leaders agree who to put forward, because they do actually do that at the next stage. I mean, I think the other thing I was saying is that I'm not trying to make this a complicated process. There are a few things that are suggested for consideration, and it may be that governance law quickly decides actually they don't really want to change that. They don't want to change the time limits. They don't want to do other things. I don't think it's necessarily a long-standing process. I mean, there have been accusations that I have made this an issue about the personality. My concern has always been, and when we talk, and Councillor Madgwick mentioned the record of councillors, I'm afraid I think if someone has had a district auditor's report saying that they have failed in their duty, that needs to be considered before we confer an honour on someone. We may decide that actually that is not a bad enough reason for saying we should, but we should at least give it some consideration before we do it. There will be many members who have no knowledge of what happened, but it's very rare for district auditors to do reports criticising councillors, and that was my point in raising it and saying, you know, we need consideration. As I said earlier, I regret that it wasn't possible, but I just couldn't say here and say it doesn't matter, because I think it does. And it wouldn't have mattered which councillor it was. Any councillor that had that against them, I would have made exactly the same comment and ask for that. I mean, obviously there's a divided opinion on this. I mean, it won't be the end of the world if it doesn't go through, but I think it would be helpful just to do a quick review through the governance audit standards. So I'm hoping you will be kind enough to give it the support. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, we now move to the vote. The amendment has been subsumed. So can I ask all those in favour of the motion, please show. And those against? Okay, that is carried. So we now move on to what I think is the final motion. We've already done the motion F, so we now move on to motion G. CPO Hope Value Sites, proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt and seconded by Councillor Richard Adair. Can I ask both Councillor Hunt and Councillor Adair, you're still happy to propose and second this motion?
Opposed, Lord Mayor.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
In which case, can I ask you, Councillor Hunt, to please propose your motion?
Lord Mayor, or as many across this city would say, get on or sell up. Not you, but the speculators. When I chat with people across Stamford, Tipner, Buckland, North End, and explain that successive governments have decided that Portsmouth must build 14,000 plus homes, and some are here, I say we should double that, residents' jaws drop and throw their hands up in dismay and say, where will they go? And of course, we all know new homes need to be built. In Portsmouth, we are getting on with that, and Nelson Ward is doing its fair share, more than its fair share, of delivering new homes in North End, plus 1,000 at Tipner East and more at Tipner West. And we also know that residents face increasing rents, with 3-bed homes easily over £1,000 a month and flats easily over £800 a month. So I think we can all agree, despite what's happened today, we can all agree that this is wrong and needs to be fixed. So building homes, especially by local councils and their partners, as we heard earlier on, is a good thing. And when I talk to all those residents alarmed by these government housing targets, they point to places around Portsmouth, like, I'm going to give 3 examples, and some of you won't be surprised that I'm talking about Quick Save at North End, and the former bingo shop along Fratton Road at 117 and 127, and the former police station at Kingston Crescent in North End. But of course we all have our own examples. There's another one, these are Baltic House and other places across the city. And all of these are mainly abandoned and decaying, having a detrimental impact on our city's streetscape. So I'm grateful to officers too who brought me up to date with the owners by way of copies of the land registry. So the former Quick Save site is owned by a company over in Southampton. They have been doorstepped by our regeneration team in an attempt to get them to move it on, and constant pressure is being applied there. And I'll explain why I'm talking about this in a minute. And the former police station, according to the land registry, this still belongs to Hampshire Police Estate, and the OPCC should get on with it. She should either reopen it or she should sell it for housing and get her skates on. And Fratton Road, this is owned, according to the land registry, by a pension company. It has the benefit of planning permission from many years ago for residential use. So compulsory purchase needs to be talked about. Residents say on doorsteps and on social media it's a disgrace, and they should get on or sell up. So I'm sure we can agree with all of them. And the trouble is there's an unrealistic hope of more profit. It could be called hope value. The changes made by the last government were good changes, and they've been endorsed by this government around hope value. And it sees compensation paid to a landowner where land is compulsory purchased, and it will reflect the value of the land as if it had been sold on the open market by a willing seller at the valuation date. And when assessing the open market value of the land compulsory purchased, account may be taken of values attributable to the prospect of planning permission being granted in the future. That is hope value, and that is what some of them hang on to. The power introduced by the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act 2023 allows acquiring authorities to include in their CPOs directions which allow hope value to be removed from the assessment of compensation for land, where doing so is justified in the public interest. The public interest to remove hope value generally means public sector-led affordable social housing, health, education and so on. And as you can see in the examples given in the notice of motion, they relate mostly to large or medium-sized schemes, and this is a problem. And that is not widely understood. My earnest hope today is that we will start the ball rolling and send messages to these landowners who are hanging on to hope value and hanging on to their sites to see their profits increase, these speculators and so on, who maintain derelict eyesores. I'm hoping that we can start a process which might see some of these sites rolled up into one strategic plan, which is why I'm asking for a report from the officers, to get them regenerated or begin to lobby the government to allow local authorities to CPO them one by one. I'm almost at the end, Lord Mayor. With any hope value removed and realistic land value reflected, the message to be sent out to pension companies, private speculators, and sadly local authorities who do this, like Hampshire Police, is get on or sell up and allow good homes to be built on the land which is known as brownfield sites. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Are there any amendments to the motion? I've not been notified of any. In which case there aren't. Councillor Cow-Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Completely agree with the motion. I think it's a really important topic. I don't think we've got a large amount of eyesores in Portsmouth maybe compared to other places, but we've certainly got a few that have been referenced and they could be brought back into use, developed as housing or commercial use, at least something that's better than just allowing it to deteriorate. And I know the residents in Garnier Street will be very thankful of this. Got the property on Fratton Road that some of their houses back onto. And of course, abandoned buildings like this attract antisocial behaviour and all those kind of associated problems. So it's good to hear that Councillor Hunt and presumably the administration want to get the ball rolling on this topic. When I read the motion, there was something in my mind. I'm sure there used to be a group that dealt with this, or there used to be something along these lines. ISOR group, that was it. Because, I remember not long after I got elected, we got an email kind of advising us that this group was going on, asked to submit information to it, which I did, such as Fratton Road. Never heard anything back. So I'm just curious, I guess, about what happened to that group. Is it a case of it restarting? If in that case, why did it stop? Or is it something that's always been going in the background and we're just now highlighting the work that it's been doing?
Thank you, Councillor George Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hunt and Councillor Adair for bringing this forward. Completely in agreement. I think CPOs are a useful tool by which to bring disused areas of the city and particular buildings back into use and can be used for the betterment of the city. Land banking is a blight on certain areas where individual landlords or investment companies hold on to properties. They're not maintaining these properties, they're leaving them to rack and ruin and just sitting on the land expecting it to increase in value. So I think anything we can do to remove hope value, to bring these forgotten areas and eyesores back into use, to be welcomed. Thank you.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
I noticed in the last paragraph, my Lord Mayor, that the officers who are responsible to me have been asked to produce a report, and I am very happy about that, quite content, because we are, as everybody knows in this city, very, very short of land. We have, this afternoon, talked about the homeless. We don't have homes for them. We haven't built enough homes for them. In other recent council meetings, we have concerned ourselves with people living in houses in multiple occupation who would very much sooner be in a small flat or in a house. We have a problem to serve the people of this city, and to serve the people of this city with the homes that they need. We do not need to take, and we should not be taking, industrial land, manufacturing land, land which is commercial land. But what we do have is quite an amount of brownfield sites. And I think I welcome this notice of motion, because I think that it will enable us to break through in a number of sites which not merely do we have a need of, but also we have a need to prevent them deteriorating. Many of our brownfield sites, and Councillor Hunt has mentioned a couple of them, are being held, but the land is deteriorating. This might give us a way forward. So we can do two things if we can find a way forward here. The first is to prevent the eyesores in our city, which Councillor Corkery mentioned, and the other is to start a process which will reduce the homelessness, reduce the needs of HMOs in the city, and in fact make the lives of our citizens much better. So I welcome this notice of motion.
Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be quite brief, but it's mainly to sort of answer Cal's point. We did used to have an eyesores group. The problem we had is that until the 2023 Regeneration Act, we spent a lot of time going round and round in circles, as Councillor Hunt's very aware, over trying to investigate issues like QuickSave, and there are still issues when it's related to, if there is a planning permission that's still extant, and there is a possibility of land being developed by the current landowner, it's very difficult to use these powers, even these new ones. But I had already spoken to Tom Southall, the Assistant Director in this area, and we did use this quite effectively over the Debenham site in Southsea when it was stuck and wasn't going anywhere, so we threatened compulsory purchase a position for us to take a compulsory purchase position on it, and it all of a sudden out of nowhere a new developer stepped in, did a deal with the owners, and then it got built out. So it is a tool that we can most definitely be using, I feel, and a new focus on the key stuck sites that we all know about will be very, very welcome. There is also another power that government is trialling around to try and make similar interventions in high street locations, which I think is also welcome. So you can see, Lord Mayor, that I'm taking the opportunity to congratulate the previous Conservative government on having introduced a good piece of legislation here which is helpful for local authorities, and on congratulating the current Labour government on introducing something similar that will help high streets. We're very happy to support sensible, pragmatic things. We just get a bit fed up when they aren't.
Thank you. Councillor Darren Sanders.
Yes, thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll also be brief. The idea of actually scrapping Hope Value and using it as a current, instead of replacing it with the current market value, is something that we Liberal Democrats talked about in the election. Our Labour colleagues won the election, congratulations, and they talked about fair compensation. Now, we're going to wait for some guidance as to what that actually means. If it's the same, in effect, we will be opening the champagne bottles, because that will be absolutely wonderful, because it will build on what the Conservatives rightly did last year. But we are still waiting for that guidance. So if, as I hope, we are all going to vote for this motion today, if you actually get the guidance before we do, please pass it on, because we want to get rid of the eyesore sites. As Councillor Corkery rightly said, I'm desperate. I remember passing a planning application for homes at the site that Cal was talking about near Garnier Street. Nothing happened. I get weekly complaints. Not as often as Lee, but I get weekly complaints about QuickSave at Stubbington Avenue and how rubbish that is. I would love to take it over, personally, just me. But I think that would be hugely helpful. So any guidance we get from Labour colleagues on, and the Deputy Prime Minister on what fair compensation actually is, because that's going to be government policy, will help facilitate our efforts, all our efforts, to try and deliver more homes for people, stop land banking and stop these blinking eyesores.
Councillor Russell Simpson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Once again, I wasn't going to speak on this one, but I'd like to thank Councillor Hunt for bringing this motion forward, especially as QuickSave was mentioned, and not people know this, but QuickSave is actually in Hilsey, at the very bottom of Stubbington Avenue. It's, you know, as Councillor Corkery also mentioned about ASB, it's also a lovely attraction for fly tipping also, and we've been having real issues with the old QuickSave site. We didn't put an amendment in, but what I would request is, could the ward councillors, where ban of buildings exist, be kept in the progress of this motion? Because I think it's really important that we can then relay that to residents so they feel, because this actually has come up multiple times on Next Door. I remember Gerald actually even mentioning it, speaking to one of the residents about it, saying, you know, we tried once, but it failed, and we have to wait a certain amount of years. So I think it's really important that everyone where these buildings impact most be kept. Thank you very much.
I've forgotten whose next motion this was. Okay, I'll let Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hunt, can I ask you to sum up, please?
So what I hope we're doing from the full council today is sending a message to property speculators, land bankers, and a whole variety of people who are sitting on these brownfield sites in the hope that they might get planning permission or not, and the cost of the land is going up all of the time. We're sending a message to them, and including the Police Crime Commissioner, who is sitting on a nice piece of real estate at North End. You know, please, Mrs. Jones, get your act into gear, open the police station or not, and if you're not going to, then please get on with selling the land or working in partnership with a property developer and get this land developed. I am extremely mindful, and all of us should be, that the chances are that this council is not going to get extra money from the government. As we heard earlier on, it's not how government and local authorities work. Governments generally tend to put more responsibility on local authorities and tell them to do more, but with less money. So in any case of compulsory purchase, it will have to be looked at very carefully. And as indicated earlier on, they generally tend to be large-scale regeneration projects. So we still need to send the right message to these people who own this land, that we're going to look at every tool in the box, and we are determined to get these brownfield sites redeveloped, not least for the issues raised by Councillor Corkery, and we want to get on and deliver more local homes for local people. It can be done. We have seen it at the Odeon Cinema recently, lovely houses. I was up there helping with the council leader, laying a few bricks and looking around the houses. They are lovely, and the rents are affordable. They really are affordable, quite astonishingly so. That's what we need more of, to drive down the overheated rental market in this city, because people looking for homes really are hostage, aren't they? The landlords can set almost any amount of money that they want to ask for. There's no control, nothing like that. And young people in particular are losing out. And then they say, when they see we've got to build all these homes, they point to all these brownfield sites around, saying, why aren't you doing something about that? Well, the council can't fix anything. But as I say in the last paragraph, this council, I hope you'll read this and the resolution, this council requests a report by officers to the portfolio holder for planning, policy and city development on Hope Value sites in Portsmouth. And we'll work with partners, including the government, to bring about regeneration of sites. I don't believe we'll be able to do it on our own. I believe it has to be working in partnership with government and housing associations. So thank you all very much for supporting the notice of motion. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Okie dokie. So, can I have a show of hands, please? All in favour of this motion, please show. I'm not going to ask this time because that's clearly unanimous. Okay, So we now move on to questions. And we have one question today in the name of Councillor Heaney. Sorry, after a bit of preamble. There's one question on Standing Order 17. It's been previously circulated to you. As you know, there's a total of 45 minutes allocated to this one question. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. So with no further ado, Councillor Heaney, your question, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't intend to take 45 minutes over the questions. We're approaching a year since the on-street electric charge points in the city were all turned off due to safety concerns. What more can be done to persuade the energy supplier, SSEN, to complete the restoration of the whole network after this year of disruption for electric vehicle users?
Councillor Candice to reply.
So obviously ensuring public safety is of the utmost importance, and since SSEN raised safety concerns back in November 2023, we've been working with them and also with the charge point operators, because one of the issues is that it's actually a multi-party thing that needs to be done here. There have been issues because each of the charge points has to be looked at individually and approved individually, and there have been challenges in actually doing that. And that reflects that since 2029, Portsmouth has actually been a pioneer in putting together this lamp column electrical vehicle charging technology, or implementing it. And there is a lack of consistency in the policies and approaches of this across the country. And that has made it hard to get the issue reconciled quickly. Councillor Healy will remember that in this chamber at a transport decision-making meeting, I actually said that I was personally frustrated by this and had observed and the previous Cabinet Member for Transport also being frustrated by the same issue. And indeed, I wrote to the Minister back in early October, basically asking them for their help in trying to set some national standards to make it easier to both support the charge point operators and also the SSEN, and also to knock their heads together against a common plan should that be necessary. We aren't there yet, but I'm hopeful that that will come through. However, I think actually much more important is that we've just completed a very thorough procurement process and now appointed a new supplier using technology that is established elsewhere, and they will be putting in the next phase of on-street residential charge points. So there will be over 300 new charge points put in early 25, using a grant that we got called the AUX, the On-Street Residential Charge Point Scheme, with match funding from Zest. And this will specifically expand that number of neighbourhood charge points available. In fact, it will more than triple the current potential network and represents an over 7 times, a 7-fold increase from what we have operating at the moment. We have 2 suppliers at the moment. One of them, their contract is coming very much to the end. The other one is going forward. Zest have said that as they take over the responsibility going forward, they will do a review of the existing charge points that are in the city and will take on those that they feel they are able to do so. It's not possible to say how many of those that will be at this moment, because they actually Zest have to do a review once they actually take hold of the system.
It's nothing personal. Believe me, it's nothing personal. Gosh, we're still being filmed, aren't we? Councillor Heaney, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, and I hope the Cabinet was not offended by you thinking his reply was totally boring and that you actually fall asleep. I very much welcome the new electric charge points coming to. It's going to be fantastic. But I have, on a number of occasions, asked questions about the current situation. On the 20th of May, I received a reply from a senior officer telling me that 40 on-street charge points have been reinstated and are available for use. I went and looked on the PCC website, and the latest, I think it was yesterday, it's dated 7th of November, 41 electric charge points have reinstated. So in 6 months, SCCN have managed to reinstate 1 charge point. Given they've done 40 already, haven't they learned some lessons about how to do them and maybe do them a bit quicker?
Actually, I believe that number has been both higher, lower and back up because there have been issues with some of the charge points that have been turned back on. And to repeat, your question was, what can SSEN do more? It's not so simple. It is because there are other parties involved. It is the relationship between SSEN and the charge point operators, which is the point of contention. It is not just a technical matter about wiring the lamppost up. There are legal and insurance matters, and those, I cannot tell you how many officer hours have been spent on this matter, trying to resolve this one and chase the parties down. One of the things that was revealed, one of the reasons why the SSEN eventually said that they had a safety concern was the discovery that they themselves did not have a policy as to what was happening with the lamppost charging. So they took an awfully long time to develop their own policy, and still the technical standards that are coming out from that are not so clear that the charge point operators are able to immediately go away and just do it. They are still arguing amongst themselves. So that is the fundamental problem. The further issue, and I try to be transparent about this kind of thing, is as those charge point operators are now coming towards the end of their contract, they have less and less incentive themselves to find solutions, to put the investment in to fix them, because they know that, to be truthful, there have been problems with the contract. The contract is out for renegotiation, and as has come through, the existing suppliers have not been the people which our procurement process just recently has chosen to take forward. So it is unfortunately a complicated matter that has not resolved itself quickly.
Anything else, Councillor Heaney?
Second supplementary, yes. I mean, I'd like to thank Councillor Candish for that answer, and I do understand that the officers have worked very hard to try and resolve this, but it is complicated, but it is an absolute mess, I have to say. I don't know if, I'm not absolutely sure, but I received some correspondence from a resident who was asking about a charge point in Priory Crescent, and I don't know if you're aware of that. The resident was actually getting charged from the point, but then due to some email correspondence, I'll just read what it says. With reference to your question regarding how you managed to use the charger at Priory Crescent, we're working through this with the charge point operator and trying to understand how this could have happened. This charge point has not been approved for re-energising, and as such, no parties are aware of it having been made available to use. Do you have any evidence for successful charge that can you share with the charge point operator? Then the resident's partner then sent a whole series of receipts which show that it was actually being used and charged and being paid for. So can he offer any explanation as to why this is such a mess? I'm sorry to sort of put it like, you may be able to say no, but I'm not blaming you, it's not your fault, but why is this such a mess?
That's an excellent question. I know of the issue because I've actually asked some questions about this myself, and I'm looking for some answers. So it was one of those strange ones where we suddenly got advised that one had come back on, which actually was something of a surprise to us. And it then went off again. And this is part of the problem we have, is that there is not a consistent, secure solution always in place for these charge points. And of course, truthfully, most of the people with electric vehicles have found other ways of charging, either through the remaining charge points that have stayed open by using the private ones that are available at work or other public places. But they're all looking to find and see when their charge point, as they see it, the one closest to them, opens up. So it's unfortunate in this instance the person saw something, but it has not proven to be a stable solution. And I don't have a better answer than that at this point.
Councillor Matthew Winnington.
So, Lord Mayor, it's not a question, it's just on reflection, I just needed to do a declaration of interest. I thought it should be on record before the very end of the meeting, just because at work, so it's a personal and non-pecuniary, as one of the programmes I carry out at work is funded by SSEN.
Okay, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's not a declaration of interest. I wonder if the Cabinet member would agree with me that the current system, where the majority of charging points which are in lampposts are in London, are fine with their operator, but those in Portsmouth are not fine with the operator because there's no national standard and each different electricity company has their own standards, and in London, something that is turned off, a Portsmouth connection that would be turned off here, in London would be fine and people would be using it. Isn't that nuts?
I would agree with the cabinet, with the former cabinet member for transport that that is nuts, and I think actually it's even more complicated than that. So it is not that there is a single thing within London. There are different pockets within London. There are different suppliers, and all of this goes back to there is a need for some national standards and protocols to be developed, aligned with the industry across the country, and be able to be used by individual companies at the street level. It is innovative technology. It is moving very, very fast. So I understand why it is harder for government to keep up with this, but I think that is what is really needed to resolve this this matter fully. I am confident. Obviously, given the problems that we have had over the last year, the procurement process was very thorough and made sure that it had evidence of reliable supply from Zest in a part of London as the part of the proof of test that it will be a good supplier. And I know that we spoke directly to the council that was concerned.
Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to hear that Zest are under a contract which will hopefully secure better performance when we open those 300 things. First of all, can you confirm that that's the case? Second of all, I appreciate this is new technology, but were we at fault in the way we specified equipment that's not been working well? And is there any liability left with the previous contractors for frankly the failure of this system?
There's kind of three questions in one, Councillor Smythe, but Councillor Cash, I'll leave that to your sensibility to answer.
Well, the first one is easy. We have appointed Zest. The procurement process is done. Was there any mistake in our commissioning of them? Well, for many, many years, there wasn't. No one saw there was a problem. It was a bit of a bolt from the blue when they suddenly came up and said, sorry, what we've been allowing for the last little while in our lampposts and providing power to is no longer acceptable. So I don't think there was a fault in that sense. You know, any new and emerging technology, there are going to be hiccups, but actually it was a very solid, sensible system for a long time. So I don't think there was a real problem there. Is there any remaining liability? Not really. We have to manage the process of the existing suppliers out and the new supplier in. But at the moment, I see no major issues in that, no major liabilities for the council. At the end of the day, we are not the people who are doing the work. We are commissioning other people to do it. So the liability probably lies more closely with the suppliers rather than with us. Any liability that was there would be with, not with us.
Okay, well, we had half an hour left, but unfortunately, well, no one else has indicated. So with the conclusion of that question, that brings the council meeting today to an end. I would have invited people back to the chamber, but I have a personal engagement, so we have to wait to the Christmas shindig. See you all back here on the 17th of December. And can I just ask in my little regular post, can councillors Hunt, Adair and Candlish have a quick word with me before I'll go out and then I'll come back in again, okay? Thank you, good night, have a nice evening.